Get ready for work today. Ready for work. Unlock your potential.
This generation has unprecedented access to global opportunities through technology. Yet only 10% of Ghana's graduates secure jobs immediately after national service. The issue isn't a lack of talent. Rather, their education doesn't match what employers need. While Fortune 500 companies seek African talent, many graduates remain jobless. Stars from All Nations, SFAN, bridges this gap with Ready for Work, Africa's first AI-powered career readiness platform. Ready for Work reverse engineers exactly what employers need, then builds personalized pathways to get there. Meet Huda Ibrahim, a Ready for Work graduate who transformed her career, securing a top role at EPA Ghana and a Mandela Washington Fellowship.
Hello, my name is Huda Ibrahim. I work with the Environmental Protection Authority of Ghana. I participated in the Ready for Work Career Accelerator program in 2019. At the time, I was a young lady who was getting towards the end of her national service, and I was so worried about whether I was going to get a job or not. I wanted guidance, advice, anything that would show me the way. SFAN came up with the Ready for Work Career Accelerator program, and I enrolled. They took us through soft skills, digital skills, creative writing, problem solving, interview skills. We had a mock interview session. All of that came together to ensure that all participants were fully ready to, if you can call it, attack the job market. Interestingly, the following year, COVID hit, and the company that I was working on needed to go fully remote. So we had to use a lot of productivity tools like Trello and Slack to ensure that we remained efficient. And these were tools that I became exposed to or aware of during the Ready for Work Career Coaching program. So for me, that immediate impact, which is helping me become successful at my workplace, then during the COVID period, is one thing that went a long way to benefit me. One thing that stood out for me in the program was the one-on-one coaching session I had with Miss Tracy, who is one of the big people at Samsung Ghana. And for me to be sitting next to her, sharing my problems, my challenges, listening to her share her experiences as a young lady navigating her career and getting all the way to the top was really quite inspiring. And it breathed certain sense of direction and belief in me, which is still very helpful up until this day. So thank you, Tracy, wherever you are. Another thing was interesting, there was an essay writing competition which I won. So I got a brand new Samsung phone and some cash. My phone was bought at the time, so it was a welcome present and an instant reward for participating in the program, if you would put it that way. In 2024, I was selected to participate in the Mandela Washington Fellowship, which is a leadership program for young Africans. Every year, about 700 young people from Africa are selected to go to the United States of America. The fellowship is in two components. So there is the Leadership Institute and the Professional Development Experience. The Leadership Institute for all 700 people, and then only about 100 are selected to participate in the PDE, which is more like an internship. I was lucky enough to get the two. So I had my Leadership Institute at the University of California in Davis. So yeah, I got to experience Cali, which is quite fun. And then I had my PDE at Clean Air MC in Charlotte, North Carolina. As part of the fellowship too, we went to Washington, D.C. to participate in what we call the Leadership Summit. The biggest thing from the fellowship, honestly, for me, is the exposure. I called my mom one night and told her that I think everyone needs to come to America, even if it's just once again. So I just get into the country, just look around and go back to your home, because it does wonders to your spirit, to your confidence. Watching young people, especially in California, which is like the tech hub of the world, doing amazing things in their careers, in their life, just built a new sense of belief for me. It made me think that if they can do this, then so can you. And being around the UC Davis environment, which is a world-class university, interacting with their students and interacting with the other fellows from African countries. In my institute, there were about people from 20 different African countries, all speaking different languages, with different cultures, different level of understanding, even different leadership styles, and we had to come together integrate, network with each other, learn from each other, and bring all of that back home. During my participation in the Ready for Work Career Accelerator program, as I mentioned earlier, I won an essay writing competition. And to apply for the fellowship, you have to have good essay writing skills. So that's really where it began for me. Learning how to do it as SFAN, honing my skills over the years, and then applying for the fellowship. Honestly, now I'm so confident about whether it's graduate school, scholarship, any kind of essays that come my way. And I really want to say thank you to SFAN for, playing a key role in all of that. My advice to young people out there: unfortunately, education doesn't fully prepare us for the demands of the job market. Organizations like SFAN are there to make sure that you are career ready, you are job ready, and you have the skills necessary and required to be successful in the job market. Like I said, they take you through digital skills, soft skills, they help you with interview skills, how to write cover letters. Even if your goal is to maybe apply to graduate school, they're there to help you through the process. So take that first step, be proactive about your future career success, and participate in the Ready for Work Career Accelerator program.
This is what happens when potential meets precision. While traditional platforms teach generic skills, hoping someone will hire graduates, Ready for Work teaches what employers in Lagos, Nairobi, and Accra are hiring for today and what global markets are paying for tomorrow. It also gives employers X-ray vision into candidate potential that no CV or interview can reveal, essentially offering early access to tomorrow's top performers while they're still affordable. Unlock your potential at readyforwork.africa.
Hi, my name is Kezia Omoye Owusankuma, a gallery associate, an art practitioner, a social media marketer, and a PhD candidate at the Department of Painting and Sculpture, KNUST. I've been in the art and media industry for 12 years, and I developed interest in digital marketing. The Ready for Work platform provided an opportunity for me to develop new and advanced skill sets. I learned to believe in myself, and I learned how to use design thinking to drive innovation. I developed essential social media marketing skills to drive sales, enhance audience engagement, and build a community around a brand. Ready for Work has helped me develop confidence in my job search and has given me a lot of job opportunities. If you are looking for a job, you want to develop a new set of skills, you want to complement your degree, I recommend Ready for Work Digital Career Accelerator.
Nigeria, with over 223 million people and a median age of 18.5, faces workforce readiness challenges. Reports show a 53.4% youth unemployment due to a skills mismatch, despite educational gains. A survey found 69% of 18 to 35-year-olds would relocate for better opportunities. Ready for Work, a digital career accelerator by SFAN, addresses these issues with entrepreneurship and digital skills training.
Hi, my name is Idris Abdulkarim. I'm a software engineer. I applied for the Ready for Work program in November 2022. Before I applied to the program, I was in an analytical role and I was looking for something more technical. So I did my research and saw a program that promised to make me job ready in 6 weeks. I applied to the program. It was a competitive process as I had to take a technical assessment to prove that I could thrive in the program. I took the assessment and I got into the program, and in the program I had access to a world-class tutor that gave me resources and materials to help me master data science. His teaching was quite unique and it constantly made me ruminate on why I was doing something as against just getting an answer. Until date, I still apply that technique to everything I do. Aside from data science class, there was also a class on email writing and communication, which is quite useful in the workforce. So my recommendation for any entry-level graduates or mid-level professional looking to pivot is that you can give the Ready for Work program a go. Thank you.
I would describe my Ready for Work experience as impactful. As a recent graduate who's still trying to navigate the job space, I have received the confidence boost I need from the Ready for Work Career Accelerator. I highly recommend Ready for Work Career Accelerator to individuals who are still trying to find their feet in the job space.
Invigorating. That's how I would sum up my Ready for Work Career Accelerator program. Through the coaching sessions, curriculum, and deliverables, I gained confidence in my ability to provide strategic direction on companies' products and services from a user experience point of view. I highly recommend Ready for Work Career Accelerator program to young professionals looking for results-oriented career guidance. Thank you.
Ready for Work 4 has been a great experience, very insightful. I've learned a lot of things I actually didn't know initially that I could. And then I will recommend this course in this program for anyone out there who seeks to pursue a career in the digital marketing field.
Africa's graduates face the same cycle every year. Over 12 million leave school, but only a fraction land jobs within months. It's not about talent, it's about workforce readiness. Too often, skills aren't market ready and finding the right opportunity feels like searching in the dark. Ready for Work V4 changes that. This isn't another place to scroll for jobs or watch tutorials. It's where proof replaces guesswork, skills meet opportunity, and potential becomes realized. Learn in-demand digital skills and build employer-validated portfolios. Get a talent intelligence profile, complete with your job readiness score, resilience metrics, and job placement probability. Use Career Pilot, our custom AI job search map, to see your talent DNA, best fit roles, and how to get hired faster. Connect with coaches and employers directly before you even hit apply. For job seekers, employers, and organizations shaping Africa's future, Ready for Work V4 is your AI-powered operating system for human capital development. Learn more at www.readyforwork.africa. Africa's graduates face the same cycle every year. Over 12 million leave school, but only a fraction land jobs within months. It's not about talent, it's about workforce readiness. Too often, skills aren't market ready and finding the right opportunity feels like searching in the dark. Ready for Work V4 changes that. This isn't another place to scroll for jobs or watch tutorials. It's where proof replaces guesswork, skills meet opportunity, and potential becomes realized. Learn in-demand digital skills and build employer-validated portfolios. Get a talent intelligence profile, complete with your job readiness score, resilience metrics, and job placement probability. Use Career Pilot, our custom AI job search map, to see your talent DNA, best fit roles, and how to get hired faster. Connect with coaches and employers directly before you even hit apply. For job seekers, employers, and organizations shaping Africa's future, Ready for Work V4 is your AI-powered operating system for human capital development. Learn more at www.readyforwork.africa.
Searching for a job as an entry-level candidate often feels like a lonely walk in the dark. It's a daunting journey filled with uncertainty, self-doubt, and endless dead ends. You sit alone at your desk, scouring job boards, tailoring resumes, and crafting cover letters, hoping your words will resonate with a faceless recruiter. Each unanswered application feels like a whisper into the void, leaving you questioning your worth and wondering if you'll ever find your place. What if you could turn uncertainty into opportunity in weeks, not years? Meet Ready for Work V4, an AI-powered platform that lights the way to your dream career. Discover your personalized opportunity readiness score, unlock your unique strengths, and get real-time job matches with expert guidance to land roles faster. No more guesswork, just clear steps to success. Join ambitious job seekers securing their future with Ready for Work. Get ready for work today. Ready for Work. Unlock your potential.
This generation has unprecedented access to global opportunities through technology. Yet only 10% of Ghana's graduates secure jobs immediately after national service. The issue isn't a lack of talent. Rather, their education doesn't match what employers need. While Fortune 500 companies seek African talent, many graduates remain jobless. Stars from All Nations, SFAN, bridges this gap with Ready for Work, Africa's first AI-powered career readiness platform. Ready for Work reverse engineers exactly what employers need, then builds personalized pathways to get there. Meet Huda Ibrahim, a Ready for Work graduate who transformed her career, securing a top role at EPA Ghana and a Mandela Washington Fellowship.
Hello, my name is Huda Ibrahim. I work with the Environmental Protection Authority of Ghana. I participated in the Ready for Work Career Accelerator program in 2019. At the time, I was a young lady who was getting towards the end of her national service, and I was so worried about whether I was going to get a job or not. I wanted guidance, advice, anything that would show me the way. SFAN came up with the Ready for Work Career Accelerator program, and I enrolled. They took us through soft skills, digital skills, creative writing, problem solving, interview skills. We had a mock interview session. All of that came together to ensure that all participants were fully ready to, if you can call it, attack the job market. Interestingly, the following year, COVID hit, and the company that I was working on needed to go fully remote. So we had to use a lot of productivity tools like Trello and Slack to ensure that we remained efficient. And these were tools that I became exposed to or aware of during the Ready for Work Career Coaching program. So for me, that immediate impact, which is helping me become successful at my workplace then during the COVID period, is one thing that went a long way to benefit me. One thing that stood out for me in the program was the one-on-one coaching session I had with Miss Tracy, who is one of the big people at Samsung Ghana. And for me to be sitting next to her, sharing my problems, my challenges, listening to her share her experiences as a young lady navigating her career and getting all the way to the top was really quite inspiring. And it breathed certain sense of direction and belief in me, which is still very helpful up until this day. So thank you, Tracy, wherever you are. Another thing was interesting, there was an essay writing competition which I won. So I got a brand new Samsung phone and some cash. My phone was spoiled at the time, so it was a welcome present here and an instant reward for participating in the program, if you would put it that way. In 2024, I was selected to participate in the Mandela Washington Fellowship, which is a leadership program for young Africans. Every year, about 700 young people from Africa are selected to go to the United States of America. The fellowship is in two components. So there is the Leadership Institute and the Professional Development Experience. The Leadership Institute for all 700 people, and then only about 100 are selected to participate in the PDE, which is more like an internship. I was lucky enough to get the two. So I had my Leadership Institute at the University of California in Davis. So yeah, I got to experience Cali, which was quite fun. And then I had my PDE at Clean Air NC in Charlotte, North Carolina. As part of the fellowship too, we went to Washington, DC to participate in what we call the Leadership Summit. The biggest thing from the fellowship, honestly, for me, is the exposure. I called my mom one night, told her that I think everyone needs to come to America, even if it's just once again. So I just get into the country, just look around and go back to your home, because it does wonders to your spirit, to your confidence. Watching young people, especially in California, which is like the tech hub of the world, doing amazing things in their careers, in their life, just built a new sense of belief for me. It made me think that if they can do this, then so can you. I've been around the UC Davis environment, which is a world-class university, interacting with their students and interacting with the other fellows from African countries. In my institute, there were about people from 20 different African countries, all speaking different languages, with different cultures, different level of understanding, even different leadership styles. And we had to come together, integrate, network with each other, learn from each other, and bring all of that back home. During my participation in the Ready for Work Career Accelerator program, as I mentioned earlier, I won an essay writing competition. And to apply for the fellowship, you have to have good essay writing skills. So that's really where it began for me. Learning how to do it as SFAN, honing my skills over the years, and then applying for the fellowship. Honestly, now I'm so confident about whether it's graduate school, scholarship, any kind of essays that come my way. And I really want to say thank you to SFAN for, playing a key role in all of that. My advice to young people out there, unfortunately, education doesn't fully prepare us for the demands of the job market. Organizations like SFAN are there to make sure that you are career ready, you are job ready, and you have the skills necessary and required to be successful in the job market. Like I said, they take you through digital skills, soft skills, they help you with interview skills, how to write cover letters. Even if your goal is to maybe apply to graduate school, they're there to help you through the process. So take that first step, be proactive about your future career success, and participate in the Ready for Work Career Accelerator program.
This is what happens when potential meets precision. While traditional platforms teach generic skills, hoping someone will hire graduates, Ready for Work teaches what employers in Lagos, Nairobi, and Accra are hiring for today and what global markets are paying for tomorrow. It also gives employers X-ray vision into candidate potential that no CV or interview can reveal, essentially offering early access to tomorrow's top performers while they're still affordable. Unlock your potential at readyforwork.africa.
Hi, my name is GSEW25, a gallery associate, an art practitioner, a social media marketer, and a PhD candidate at the Department of Painting and Sculpture, KNUST. I've been in the art and media industry for 12 years, and I developed interest in digital marketing. The Ready for Work platform provided an opportunity for me to develop new and advanced skill sets. I learned to believe in myself, and I learned how to use design thinking to drive innovation. I developed essential social media marketing skills to drive sales, enhance audience engagement, and build a community around a brand. Ready for Work has helped me develop confidence in my job search and has given me a lot of job opportunities. If you are looking for a job, you want to develop a new set of skills, you want to complement your degree, I recommend Ready for Work Digital Career Accelerator.
Nigeria, with over 223 million people and a median age of 18.5, faces workforce readiness challenges. Reports show a 53.4% youth unemployment due to a skills mismatch, despite educational gains. A survey found 69% of 18 to 35-year-olds would relocate for better opportunities. Ready for Work, a digital career accelerator by SFAN, addresses these issues with entrepreneurship and digital skills training.
Hi, my name is Idris Abdulkarim. I'm a software engineer. I applied for the Ready for Work program in November 2022. Before I applied to the program, I was in an analytical role and I was looking for something more technical. So I did my research and saw a program that promised to make me job ready in 6 weeks. I applied to the program. It was a competitive process as I had to take a technical assessment to prove that I could thrive in the program. I took the assessment and I got into the program, and in the program I had access to a world-class tutor that gave me resources and materials to help me master data science. His teaching was quite unique. It constantly made me ruminate on why I was doing something as against just getting an answer. Until date, I still apply that technique to everything I do. Aside from data science class, there was also a class on email writing and communication, which is quite useful in the workforce. So my recommendation for any entry-level graduates or mid-level professional looking to pivot is that you can give the Ready for Work program a go. Thank you.
I would describe my Ready for Work experience as impactful. As a recent graduate who's still trying to navigate the job space, I've received the confidence boost I need from the Ready for Work Career Accelerator. I highly recommend Ready for Work Career Accelerator to individuals who are still trying to find their feet in the job space.
Invigorating. That's how I would sum up my Ready for Work Career Accelerator program. Through the coaching sessions, curriculum, and deliverables, I gained confidence in my ability to provide strategic direction for companies' products and services from a user experience point of view. I highly recommend Ready for Work Career Accelerator program to young professionals looking for results-oriented career guidance. Thank you.
Ready for Work World 4 has been a great experience, very insightful. I've learned a lot of things I actually didn't know initially that I could learn. And then I will recommend this course, this program, for anyone out there who seeks to pursue a career in the digital marketing field.
Africa's graduates face the same cycle every year. Over 12 million leave school, but only a fraction land jobs within months. It's not about talent, it's about workforce readiness. Too often, skills aren't market ready and finding the right opportunity feels like searching in the dark. Ready for Work V4 changes that. This isn't another place to scroll for jobs or watch tutorials. It's where proof replaces guesswork, skills meet opportunity, and potential becomes realized. Learn in-demand digital skills and build employer-validated portfolios. Get a talent intelligence profile, complete with your job readiness score, resilience metrics, and job placement probability. Use Career Pilot, our custom AI job search map, to see talent DNA, best fit roles, and how to get hired faster. Connect with coaches and employers directly before you even hit apply. For job seekers, employers, and organizations shaping Africa's future, Ready for Work V4 is your AI-powered operating system for human capital development. Learn more at www.readyforwork.africa. Africa's graduates face the same cycle every year. Over 12 million leave school, but only a fraction land jobs within months. It's not about talent, it's about workforce readiness. Too often, skills aren't market ready and finding the right opportunity feels like searching in the dark. Ready for Work V4 changes that. This isn't another place to scroll for jobs or watch tutorials. It's where proof replaces guesswork, skills meet opportunity, and potential becomes realized. Learn in-demand digital skills and build employer-validated portfolios. Get a talent intelligence profile, complete with your job readiness score, resilience metrics, and job placement probability. Use Career Pilot, our custom AI job search map, to see your talent DNA, best fit roles, and how to get hired faster. Connect with coaches and employers directly before you even hit apply. For job seekers, employers, and organizations shaping Africa's future, Ready for Work V4 is your AI-powered operating system for human capital development. Learn more at www.readyforwork.africa.
Searching for a job as an entry-level candidate often feels like a lonely walk in the dark. It's a daunting journey filled with uncertainty, self-doubt, and endless dead ends. You sit alone at your desk, scouring job boards, tailoring resumes, and crafting cover letters, hoping your words will resonate with a faceless recruiter. Each unanswered application feels like a whisper into the void, leaving you questioning your worth and wondering if you'll ever find your place. What if you could turn uncertainty into opportunity in weeks, not years? Meet Ready for Work V4, an AI-powered platform that lights the way to your dream career. Discover your personalized opportunity readiness score, unlock your unique strengths, and get real-time job matches with expert guidance to land roles faster. No more guesswork, just clear steps to success. Join ambitious job seekers securing their future with Ready for Work. Get ready for work today. Ready for Work. Unlock your potential.
This generation has unprecedented access to global opportunities through technology. Yet only 10% of Ghana's graduates secure jobs immediately after national service. The issue isn't a lack of talent. Rather, their education doesn't match what employers need. While Fortune 500 companies seek African talent, many graduates remain jobless. Stars from All Nations, SFAN, bridges this gap with Ready for Work, Africa's first AI-powered career readiness platform. Ready for Work reverse engineers exactly what employers need, then builds personalized pathways to get there. Meet Huda Ibrahim, a Ready for Work graduate who transformed her career, securing a top role at EPA Ghana and a Mandela Washington Fellowship.
Hello, my name is Huda Ibrahim. I work with the Environmental Protection Authority of Ghana. I participated in the Ready for Work Career Accelerator program in 2019. At the time, I was a young lady who was getting towards the end of her national service, and I was so worried about whether I was going to get a job or not. I wanted guidance, advice, anything that would show me the way. SFAN came up with the Ready for Work Career Accelerator program, and I enrolled. They took us through soft skills, digital skills, creative writing, problem solving, interview skills. We had a mock interview session. All of that came together to ensure that all participants were fully ready to, if you can call it, attack the job market. Interestingly, the following year, COVID hit, and the company that I was working on needed to go fully remote. So we had to use a lot of productivity tools like Trello and Slack to ensure that we remained efficient. And these were tools that I became exposed to or aware of during the Ready for Work Career Coaching program. So for me, that immediate impact, which is helping me become successful at my workplace then during the COVID period, is one thing that went a long way to benefit me. One thing that stood out for me in the program was the one-on-one coaching session I had with Miss Tracy, who is one of the big people at Samsung Ghana. And for me to be sitting next to her, sharing my problems, my challenges, listening to her share her experiences as a young lady navigating her career and getting all the way to the top was really quite inspiring. And it breathed certain sense of direction and belief in me, which is still very helpful up until this day. So thank you, Tracy, wherever you are. Another thing was interesting, there was an essay writing competition which I won. So I got a brand new Samsung phone and some cash. My phone was bought at the time, so it was a welcome present, and an instant reward for participating in the program, if you would put it that way. In 2024, I was selected to participate in the Mandela Washington Fellowship, which is a leadership program for young Africans. Every year, about 700 young people from Africa are selected to go to the United States of America. The fellowship is in two components. So there is a Leadership Institute and the Professional Development Experience. The Leadership Institute for all 700 people, and then only about 100 are selected to participate in the PDE, which is more like an internship. I was lucky enough to get the two. So I had my Leadership Institute at the University of California in Davis. So yeah, I got to experience Cali, which is quite fun. And then I had my PDE at Clean Air NC in Charlotte, North Carolina. As part of the fellowship too, we went to Washington, DC to participate in what we call the Leadership Summit. The biggest thing from the fellowship, honestly, for me, is the exposure. I called my mom one night, told her that I think everyone needs to come to America, even if it's just once together. So I just get into the country, just look around and go back to your home, because it does wonders to your spirit, to your confidence. Watching young people, especially in California, which is like the tech hub of the world, doing amazing things in their careers, in their life, just built a new sense of belief for me. It made me think that if they can do this, then so can you. And being around the UC Davis environment, which is a world-class university, interacting with their students and interacting with the other fellows from African countries. In my institute, there were about people from 20 different African countries, all speaking different languages, with different cultures, different level of understanding, even different leadership styles. And we had to come together, integrate, network with each other, learn from each other, and bring all of that back home. During my participation in the Ready for Work Career Accelerator program, as I mentioned earlier, I won an essay writing competition. And to apply for the fellowship, you have to have good essay writing skills. So that's really where it began for me. Learning how to do it as fun, honing my skills over the years, and then applying for the fellowship. Honestly, now I'm so confident about whether it's graduate school scholarships, any kind of essays that come my way. And I really want to say thank you to SFAN for, playing a key role in all of that. My advice to young people out there, unfortunately, education doesn't fully prepare us for the demands of the job market. Organizations like SFAN are there to make sure that you are career ready, you are job ready, and you have the skills necessary and required to be successful in the job market. Like I said, they take you through digital skills, soft skills, they help you with interview skills, how to write cover letters. Even if your goal is to maybe apply to graduate school, they're there to help you through the process. So take that first step, be proactive about your future career success, and participate in the Ready for Work Career Accelerator program.
This is what happens when potential meets precision. While traditional platforms teach generic skills, hoping someone will hire graduates, Ready for Work teaches what employers in Lagos, Nairobi, and Accra are hiring for today and what global markets are paying for tomorrow. It also gives employers X-ray vision into candidate potential that no CV or interview can reveal, essentially offering early access to tomorrow's top performers while they're still affordable. Unlock your potential at readyforwork.africa.
Hi, my name is Kezia a gallery associate, an art practitioner, a social media marketer, and a PhD candidate at the Department of Painting and Sculpture, KNUST. I've been in the art and media industry for 12 years, and I
Hi, Sylvia. Hello, Sylvia.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
I can.
Great.
All right. Let's begin early. We still have like 6 minutes. 6 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
We still have like.
How was your break?
I tried to sleep, but you know this kind of thing. If I was concerned that I might fall down asleep, and then before I know what is happening, it will be 4 p.m. So I couldn't sleep.
And it's brunch time.
Yeah. So I just had to rush and come.
Yeah.
All right. Let's begin early so that we can, start putting in the hours. By the way, thank you so much for all the support. I see your comments and encouragement and everything. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I know you'll do it this time.
Yeah. Please introduce yourself to the audience.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sylvia Kezenwa. I'm a development consultant, meaning I work in the nonprofit space. I cover humanitarian work, as well as, what you know as NGO work. I also have private sector experience, and I'm a mother of 5 girls. I'm a wife, and really excited to be here as part of breaking at least one Guinness World Record. And I guess that summarizes who I am.
Wonderful. Okay, we are talking about motherhood and nonprofit work, huh?
More or less, yeah.
Okay. Wonderful. All right. What are your thoughts around the subject of motherhood?
I actually think it's really amazing actually to be a mom. I was just reminiscing, how did I end up being a mother of 5? And one of the things that I remembered was...
How did it happen? Tell us.
Sorry?
How did it happen? Tell us.
Yeah, I remember early work. Okay, so I come from a very big family, a really big family. My grandmothers on both sides had 12 children each.
Wow.
And so the holidays used to
12.
be like, 12 each.
Wow.
So that's like 24 kids, and then the kids of their kids. So really big families.
Oh, that's
so holidays used to be a lot of activity and knowing different cousins, interacting with them. It used to be so much fun. One of the memories I remember was us helping our grandmother post-harvest, remove the cobs from the maize. Living in the city, you come back during the holidays and it's harvest season. They've harvested, they've put the cob on the maize, and we would sit till late at night removing that. And it was a really awesome memory, but I didn't realize that it was influencing me to become a mom. But after campus, one of the places that I was selected to go and work in was actually a children's home. It's in Nairobi, called New Life Children's Home. By the way, I'm a Kenyan, just wearing kente to represent Ghana. Yeah. And at New Life Children's Home, I learned how to take care of really tiny babies. And I remember really enjoying that. And I guess that spirit of being a mom opened up. So when I met my hubby, who actually was one of the participants of this phase, I don't know if you remember him, Tom.
Oh, yes.
The one was talking about AI.
Yes, I did. I do.
Yeah. So when I met him and we were discussing about how many kids we would like to have, I remember my number was 6. And he was like, 6? Him coming from a relatively smaller family, that was a surprise. But yeah, I had goals of being a mom from being a very young girl, because of kind of where I grew up.
Wonderful.
I can't hear you, Chris. I think you're muted.
Sorry about that. That's wonderful. That's a wonderful story.
Mm.
You did a good job to convince him, eh?
Yeah, I think he was open to it. He thought probably it would be too much, but yeah, and it is actually. Though my cousins, some of them have 7 kids, so I guess it comes with the genes as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, owing to the fact that you are always around the family where there is a lot of kids, it should be expected. So the question becomes, how did you manage to, take care of all the kids while they were still small? Are they all grown now?
So taking care of them, I usually say, has been a team sport. Yeah, lucky to be living in Africa. We have a lot of aunties, both biological and, the ones who become friends that then become mothers to your children. Of course, my spouse, and the fact that the kids came over time. So my first one is 21, and then I have 19, then 13, then 11, actually 10 and 3. So they are quite split.
Okay.
In terms of when they came. So, giving them that really, really deep attention.
Right.
And I guess, yeah, as you go along the motherhood journey, you start also understanding that when you start, it's like a baby is really fragile, and you sort of give it 3,000% that you should be giving. But then with time, you learn the ropes and loosen up a bit. But I also think being a mom really has helped me to be able to keep being the kind of achiever that I am in corporate, because I think also motherhood is really tough. Like, seriously, it's the one thing that's so tough. I was trying to calculate just the other day how many years tentatively I spent breastfeeding, and they are coming to around 12 to 15 years.
Wow.
That's hard work. Yeah.
Wow.
So
that's real work.
Yeah, motherhood sometimes has shaped how I also operate around the workplace. So that level of empathy, understanding, and also meeting people where they are. You find that my kids may not be so much like me. Like, a lot of the girls are quite more introverted than extroverted. And so I had to learn some of their qualities, and, they don't want to take photos. They don't want to, they don't want their photos posted or something like that, So sort of understanding different people's temperaments and working with them has been something that, motherhood has taught me very well, that I also apply in other areas of life. Yeah.
Amazing.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just thinking to my head, at this point, is there anything you cannot dare? Because if you can raise 6 kids,
sorry, could you go up a bit? It's raining outside, and yeah.
Oh, I'm saying your boldness to be able to support 6 children makes you qualify for a lot of brave things in society.
Qualify for?
Is it this one or is it not this?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah.
Do you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so I was saying you are brave to have six brilliant children raised through you. So it makes you qualify for a lot of brave things in society. So you should take your...
Yeah, and they are 5, not 6.
They are
I
5.
never got to the 6, but I guess the 6 is all the other kids that I have taken care of. Yeah.
Okay, I see.
Yeah.
All right. So the other consideration will be thinking about motherhood. What else comes to mind that, people who are not married should put into consideration before they get there?
Yeah. So I had kids in my 20s and I had kids in my 40s, and I'll tell you for free that you're better off having a child in your 20s. Your body is different then. It's more springy. You have less obligations from society at that point. You're probably early career. The stakes are really low. When you're in your 40s, there's a lot of expectation because then you've built this body of knowledge, you have experience, and so you're needed in so many facets. So you find that having kids later in life, I think can be a little bit more strenuous. It's not possible. But yeah, if you can, because I know most of your audience at SFAN is young people, I would really encourage doing it when it's a bit early. On the flip side, I would also say that it's never too late. I had my last kid at 42, and I was almost like, is it too late? Like, doctors will tell you if you're over 35, it's too late, blah blah. And to be honest, I feared a little bit, but just because people say that it's too late doesn't mean it is. You can still have a child later in life. So whatever works for you, but I would say that earlier is easier, but later is also possible. I hope that's useful.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a woman, so I don't know how much pressure they are in to do it earlier, but I've heard people say.
And another thing maybe that I can add about motherhood is, let me call it a journey. Everyone says motherhood is a journey, and I say the same, simply because you keep learning and you keep understanding. So, don't be afraid to make mistakes, but always, be humble, come from a place of humility and try to understand what am I doing and what can I do better. And also build a community around you of people who can provide knowledge, cut you some slack. Sometimes you just need to rest away from all of this. So if you have some friends that, can come in and be a strong auntie for the kids, spend the night or two at home, don't be guilty of doing that. Yeah. And maybe another aspect is balancing motherhood and work. Yeah, I think that's super tough, balancing motherhood and work. And that's why I always insist that this African saying that it takes a village to do literally anything. It takes a village to do motherhood. So if you can have some help around the home, to help you on one aspect like cleaning or doing basic things, and then making sure that you're always there for your kids' events, making sure that you're always listening to them. Like, don't make one thing suffer so that the other one does well. There's a way that you can be able to balance all of this.
How?
By really just not doing it alone, I think the secret is just always anticipating things and just not doing it alone. You know, you can be late coming in from work and your child has fever. If you've empowered your help in the house and they know that they can call you at any time and tell you if something is not happening, things are not going well at home, then, 2 o'clock you will receive that call to say, I think the baby is starting to pick a fever. And like maybe you're late from work, there's traffic, by the time you get home at 10 p.m., you find your baby in a fever and you have to leave again. If maybe you heard about it at that 2 p.m., then you could have organized differently and say, okay, let me get them a taxi, meet them at the hospital when I'm coming from work, or things like that. So just being able to anticipate things and also getting help along the way to be able to do that.
Awesome. So the other side is, the society and spirituality. Can you speak to those angles too?
Sorry?
When it comes to spirituality of the mother herself and society, because we say behind every man there is a woman. So the woman helps the man maintain a stand in the society while also praying him up and praying the whole family up as required, as and when required. Can you speak to that angle too?
Yeah. Women actually play a very big role in bringing up society in general. So I'm a mom of girls, but I can tell you that even in our households, there's a level where, I end up providing the guidance around the household, around how things should be done, especially when it comes to truth is women kind of deal with these domestic issues maybe more flawlessly. So you find in a household, I'm a working woman and my husband is a working man, but probably the level of effort in the household in terms of the day-to-day from the woman will always be more than what the man will be able to do. That's on average. And that has been my experience. So you find then the man is able to focus on providing guidance for the whole family. And also they're able to contribute, I guess, even more deeper in the organizations where they work, because we are not only now being mothers and wives, but we're also being advisors, and we are also using our skills to be able to impact the men in our lives a little bit more than if maybe we were not there. So I believe there's a role that women play that really make men who they are. And that's why I really get surprised at sort of the imbalance around gender, even in workplaces. So people sitting down to make a decision that is affecting both men and women, but the women not being there. And that really causes a lot of lack of success for society in general. Because, for example, if you're trying to launch a product and this product is being primarily consumed by women and there are only men on that boardroom table making those decisions, obviously that product will not succeed. So having a man who allows a woman that space to be able to impact them, just like, and I know men know this because they have very close relationships on average with their mothers, and their mothers really impact them. So when it comes to my role as a wife, that continues on. And a man who accepts this kind of, let me say, additional anchor, obviously succeeds on average than someone who depends on maybe people or friends that, can wiggle off at some point in the journey. And that's how you see even, the billionaires of this world. You've seen majority of them have been having very stable familial relationships with their wives, even though sometimes the cookie crumbles at a point, but already you can see the impact at that point in time. So yeah, I believe in that saying that the success of a man certainly would depend on a woman.
Okay, so my next question might be controversial. Yeah, so if you don't want to answer, I will understand. But
okay,
let me ask it nevertheless. So there is this growing rhetoric about women empowerment being that a man and a woman are equal in the relationship because they are partners. So what do you think?
I don't think it's controversial, first of all.
Okay.
And secondly, I don't think that men and women could be equal partners. And that's stemming from my value system and spirituality aspect. So a man is built so differently from a woman. If you look at the genes, if you look at the hormones, they're humans, yes, but how they are built is inherently different from women and how we think. So how we can equalize them, for me, is not very clear, because I believe both bring different things to the table. It's like plants, some of them are there to pollinate. A bee is there to take that and spread it. So everyone has their own role. You can't say that now we are equal. However, the equality topic, I think, comes in just to fight. I think that it's a fight for getting a seat at the table, a seat that was pulled back in a way that it should not have. So it becomes sort of like an equality battle, but I don't think it's really that. It's more women want a seat at a table. The example I gave earlier of a product being developed, there are men in the boardroom developing that product, and that product is supposed to serve women. So those kind of things that don't really add up. This is what I would say, that some level of equilibrium needs to be reached. I think one of the other things that people talk about is if you go on a date with a gentleman, for example, that you're supposed to pay 50-50 because you both are equal. But from my school of thought, the man is courting the woman. Yeah, that's my understanding. And when you're courting someone, even when you're courting a client, let me just make it like normal life. When you're courting a client, you want to explain to your client an issue, and your client has given you time to come and sit in a restaurant and understand this insurance product that you're selling to me, what is it about? You pay the bill for that. Why? Because you're the one who requested for the meeting. So when it comes to dating, I have the same mindset that, yes, the man who is courting the woman is the one who's supposed to foot that bill. That is my position. Unless, otherwise.
Yeah.
But it doesn't also mean that the woman cannot foot the bill. But this 50-50, what might happen is you'll end up aiming for 50-50, and it's usually so hard to calculate. Even if you have a bill right now, it might be very difficult. So now I dropped the kids to school. So what will you do that will equate that? So you'll have a marriage that you're always trying to do calculations. Yeah, you're always trying to figure out what is 50 and what is 50. Instead, I feel like having a team kind of spirit, because now women are so empowered to a point. You might find that, yes, there's a guy and he's trying to court a lady and maybe he can't afford to take her to a nice restaurant or whatever. Do something feasible. Do something feasible that you can afford, that shouldn't really cost much. Yeah. Instead of going like, this lady has to pay 50-50. Unless the lady tells you, I want to pay 50-50, which I have no problem. But, coming in headstrong and saying everything is 50-50, I don't think it's practical. I mean, you can practicalize it, but it's too many calculations for me.
Let me play something for you. Because it's a bit long, so I'm just going to find the section I want you to listen to, then I will play for you.
Okay.
Always at the end of receiving.
So what I'm about to play for you is a selection from an interview with one of the speakers earlier today. I don't know if you joined that time. The parliamentarian.
No, I didn't join any today. I watched up to yesterday.
Okay. The parliamentarian in Nigeria that is trying to get additional seats in the government for women. So let me see if I got let me see if I got the selection right. There are some things she said that I wanted to sample to you to see what your thoughts are.
Okay. Her volume is
yeah, 1 second.
I think you have to click that, on the right.
Yeah.
That's
I know.
Volume thing.
I know.
Politics are the ones who, at least 45% of people who stand on the lines to vote, make sure that elected people who are running for elections are elected. It's women. When you go to the polling units and all of it, you see women. But our political structures have been set in such a way that it is very detrimental to women. The first of all is the party structure. Nomination forms are, first of all, very expensive. And as you know, politics, it takes a lot of money to do politics. Primaries are mostly dominated by men who have the funds. You have delegates and you have godfathers who sponsor their candidates. And most of them are men. Women rarely receive fair access.
The volume is
yeah, I think
not so good.
Yeah.
But I can hear what she's saying.
Because there are still women who do not understand what their roles are. There seem to be women who are trying to break protocol. And once they go there, even when women win, and to answer your question, women do run for elections. In fact, one of the states in Nigeria in the last election, a woman was at the forefront in Adamawa State running to be governor of Adamawa State. The works that she had done in the state, the people, the acceptance of the people was massive. However, that was a northern state. So we also have we have religious beliefs that women are not meant to be in power. Now, for that particular state, we felt by morning, we felt we were going to have the first female governor in Nigeria. because the optics showed that she had everything, the love of her people, the votes, everything showed that this woman was going to win. However, when the results came out, a man emerged. They went to courts to fight it out. The figures were not tallying, one thing, machines were not working. You know, there's just a lot when it comes to elections in Nigeria, especially because of our population. We still haven't quite gotten electoral processes right here in Nigeria. Now, there are also women that you will hear that have also complained about they are being encouraged to step down even after they've won even the primaries ticket. So when you're going for election, the party is the one that first of all votes the primaries. Anybody that emerges from the party now goes to the federal to represent the party. But even at that very political party structure, women are being encouraged to step down for men, for their male counterparts. And it's been ongoing. Second is economic barriers. The figures that I spoke about when it came to funds, it takes at least 75 million to 120 million naira. For context, let me see how I can read this. So it'll take about $100,000 for a woman to run for office. I mean, that's the least that it takes for you to run for any political position whatsoever. And as you know, even in the economy, a lot of women are not as empowered as the men. In fact, going back to the political structures, most of the meetings that we have when it comes to election times is in the night. And you would be shocked to see that meetings are fixed in the night. I don't know if this is deliberate, so that to just wade women off. I mean, this is 4 a.m. in my house. There are meetings that are being held right now in different places for political parties and rallies and stuff. And I probably will not be able to drive out of my house because of fear for my gender. And that should not be detrimental for me, but it is, because again, we have to think about the safety for the woman. So in terms of costs, it is very difficult for women to participate openly and fairly because the finances are not there. Even when you have sponsors, the sponsors will pick their male counterparts over the female counterparts. Why? Because they feel it is better to show forth the male than it is the women, because they feel the men will win the elections. Let's come to cultural expectations. Society still labels women, like I rightly said, who run for office as ambitious or rebellious. In fact, there's this notion that women who go into politics are wayward, or women who go into politics cannot keep a home. So if I decide now to go into politics, in fact, that is one of the limiting factors that we have right now. Because once a woman says, I want to go into politics, the next thing you start hearing, even from her female counterparts, is that, why do you want to go into politics? Don't you love your family? Don't you want to just have your peace? Why do you don't you love your marriage? You know, you're being subtly told that this venture you're about to go into will not end well. They feel that women who go into politics end up losing their marriage. Like, you have to pick and choose. Whereas the male counterparts, their wives support them to the positions where they are, and even hold the home front for them. But I beg to differ on that, because there are women who are holding positions and their husbands have kept the home front. If you want to take our own dear Okonjo-Iweala, who has over the years, several years, had big offices, there's nothing wrong in her home. Her home is strong and fantastic, and absolutely nothing wrong. But it's just that cultural expectation that keeps playing a wrong one on us. I talked about society and security. 55% of female candidates are harassed.
Yeah. I wish I had a notebook nearby. Whew, she said a lot.
I know.
It reminds me of one interview that I had when I was hosting a political activist in Kenya from Siasa Place, which is a youth-focused politics and governance organization. And the same things kept coming up. You know, what it takes to be a woman in politics, the challenges around, even getting into politics. You know, politics has always been a man's world. And actually, there's a certain kind of woman that they expect to be in politics. She mentioned it, like a rough kind of woman, you know, this kind of woman who doesn't care about her family, doesn't care about the effects that politics will have on her family. So I don't know what your question is, but I have a lot, maybe.
Yeah. I wanted to play for you to make a reaction and comment on it. Which is, what you're doing now is what I wanted to see what you think of it, and let me. Yeah,
I think she has valid points. She does have valid points. Politics is not a woman's world just because of how rough it is and how things happen there. But I also feel like it's this, and I talked to you about it earlier, that I don't think people are going for 50-50 in terms of 50-50, but people are going for a seat at the table, where before, when you just had men there, now people are realizing, because I am not active in the political sphere, things are not going the way I would want them to go. And that's why I'm going to fight for my seat at the table. And they meet these challenges, you know, it's very expensive to go in. Generally, you find, and she talked about two things earlier. The one thing was how difficult it is for women to succeed in politics. And even if she has succeeded, the second thing is the corrupt practices that happen around elections that also affect men, but affect women disproportionately more. You find it's very easy for a woman to win an election and her name not to be listed as the winner on the ballot, simply because people don't actually expect the woman to have won. So, you know, you find all these challenges that women are facing are the ones that are making them start to sort of fight for this 50-50, which, when you look at it, genuinely, women have been fighting for a long time for that. I think we remember the Beijing meeting that started all this gender empowerment, women empowerment sort of activities. And up to date, it's still a struggle that we have to deal with. She also talked about the timing of political meetings. And I also, you know, say that we know that a lot of these political decisions are being made in bars. They're being made late at night or at very odd hours. And these are the most unsafe times for a woman to be out. Politics can literally drag you out of the house for days. You know, I was listening to the family member of Honorable Raila Odinga, who just died recently. That was Kenya's political opposition lead. And one of the things she said was, at a point, her dad used to come home past midnight and leave very early in the morning before 6 a.m. that they wouldn't see him if they didn't wake up, you know, in between to be able to have a quick chat with him. And so you can imagine that for a woman. And I think it also affects the lives of women in the workplace. So just being able to cope with the demands of some of these careers that we are chasing, it's also a very tight balance. And remember, a politician male is likely to have a woman that is keeping the home front and making sure that everything is going as it should. But it's very difficult for a politician woman to find the same kind of support. I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but it's super rare. And so you find you won't get a lot of legislators or politicians who are female. And that presents another societal problem, because in the end, we are talking about 50-50 in terms of the number of men and the number of women in society. So it means that technically the number of seats at each table should also be similarly balanced for us to be able to make policies, rules, structures, and systems that will equally serve the populace. So it's a big challenge. It's a big challenge that I think for me, my call to action would be for other women, particularly to support their fellow women. I think that's where we need to start. Because if that happens, then it becomes very easy for us to take the way men take supporting each other and women can take supporting each other so that we're able to balance that equation. So unfortunately, I'm heading to that 50-50 spot, which I told you. I don't agree with, like, in terms of like trying to say, let's balance each meal, because even if you have a team of 14, I'm not saying you need to have 7-7 male and female. No. Because even the 50-50, when we talk about population, sometimes it's 54, 54% maybe men or 54% women at a point, depending on which statistics you're looking at, but really just a more equitable balance rather than, let's talk 80-90% if possible. Yeah.
Wonderful. Okay, so let's transit to the next angle of conversation, which is nonprofits.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you said you care about nonprofits. There's an article I wanted to share with you, but it might take me a bit of time to find it, because quite recently nonprofits received a bad rep. Is it the same in Kenya?
It depends on what you're saying. I don't know what topic that was. Yeah, there's so many topics.
I know.
Around, yeah.
I know, but let's start with you. Maybe share your perspectives of what you wanted to communicate on nonprofits. Then I can ask you a question, and perhaps if I find the article, you can weigh in. But don't worry, it wouldn't be something that will put you in an uncomfortable situation.
Yeah, okay. So I think maybe I can give a brief overview of my experience in development work. So I guess I've always sort of volunteered for things since I was a little girl. Like, we'll volunteer to make sure the class stays in order. Yeah, it's me. So I always believe in being able to give back to society. So I was working at Nestle at the time, and one of the aspects of the work that I was introduced to was a project, or maybe an initiative, or let me call it a principle. It's a principle called creating shared value. So this principle is very simple. A lot of people call it CSR or whatever, but Nestle called it creating shared value, in the sense that they work in a community and they earn their income from there. So they want the community to also benefit from it as an organization being in that community. So we did a lot of interesting projects. There was one where we worked with UNICEF to do a project for healthy kids, where we taught nutrition information to primary school educators. It was a large-scale project. And I think the one that also really blessed me was the fact that Nestle used to buy their milk from New Zealand. bring it to Kenya, and then make the Milo that is then shipped to other countries. So one of the things they wanted to do was improve the milk production in Kenya in terms of quality, quantity, and all that. And so working with dairy farmers, Nestle really supported them to get like the right breeds, good technical support, and start producing world-class quality milk, no heavy antibiotics, and really quality that would pass even if you are trying to export it to any country in the world. And that really, I found it quite fulfilling, like just doing things in the community that benefit the community. And after that, I went to work in WASH, that is water, sanitation, and hygiene. And, we were going to the most difficult places. Like, at a point, I would ask myself, like, what would these people do if we didn't come? Like, they don't have water, sanitation is a challenge, and we go and offer them a solution. And so this was my foray into what is now, I think, over 15 years of working in this space. And mainly, I think the reason why I enjoy this work so much, I ended up jumping into working with young people, just like you. And the reason I like this work so much is because, first of all, you get to respond to a cause that people care about, and that really, really makes a difference that you can see right then in their lives, whether it's improving their livelihoods or teaching them something new that they can do that helps them to live a better life, live a safer life, be more healthy. And so, yeah, I've dedicated my life to this work up to now, and working in different settings. It's really been fulfilling. The one thing that I feel as individuals we need to do is we need to do a lot more. We need to do more, and we need to be more, which is why I just this year started the podcast. It's called You Create Impact. And You Create Impact podcast showcases some of this work that other people are doing in society. Yeah, and I hope to have you on it one day, Tom-Chris.
Sure.
Just to give a detailed account of, hey, how did I start? How did I do it? Because sometimes it starts so simple. What am I doing? How am I doing it? And where we are going. So one of the feedbacks I've started receiving even from people in diaspora is, how can I also do something at home? How can I get involved in what my community is doing? Because, we just need to be here for each other and work towards a better tomorrow. Yeah.
All right. Don't worry, I didn't find the article, so...
You can mention, like, what was it about?
No, don't worry. I don't want to quote you wrongly.
Okay.
So, concerning the diaspora, when those individuals that want to set up something at home, consult you.
Yeah.
So if someone wants to establish a nonprofit in, say, Kenya, but we'll say Africa, how do you advise them to go about it?
I think it depends from country to country.
Yeah.
So there are different types of nonprofit, different types of rules. So the way I would set up, for example, a Red Cross, Red Crescent society or national society is very different, because that's coming in under a big umbrella. It's it's an auxiliary to the government. There are status agreements. If you want to start like a small nonprofit, let me give an example of Kenya. So there's an organization called the NGOs Coordination Board. That is like the authority in terms of all nonprofits in the country, and they have very basic rules that one needs to follow to be able to establish that nonprofit. You have to draw some articles that, the memorandum that shows what exactly will you be doing. And they've made it so easy for you that you can just go on their website, pick a template of the same and customize it very quickly. The process of sort of authenticating if what you're saying is true is done by another government agency that then does like a background check about the directors. And once that is completed, you pay the requisite fee and the processing starts. The process can take, a little bit of time. So you need to start early if you want to start that nonprofit. And then there are certain rules that you have to adhere to. So like submitting annual statements, like financial statements, stating how much money you had, what were the sources, how are the funds utilized, and giving evidence of the same. That's mandatory. So some people just open a nonprofit, start working, and then forget that they need to regularly keep updating the authorities on where they are. And some of them actually got shut down. So I guess, that would depend from country to country, but it's pretty much straightforward. Yeah.
Wonderful. Okay. Any other thoughts you want to share before we begin to migrate to capstone?
Yeah. Oh, okay. So I guess what I would want to share is I also have a passion for working with young people.
Right.
Just like you. And I feel like there's a lot in terms of being able to exchange ideas. Like, how do we guide these young people? How do we respond to exactly what are the issues that they're facing? Recently, I was speaking at Mental Health Week at University of Nairobi and realized that there's so many unaddressed issues around mental health that young people feel should be addressed, should be talked to. If you hear the suicide statistics, I think they are quite staggering. And we're just talking about that. We're not talking about also the issues that are not, making it into like the limelight. So I feel like there's quite a lot that I would like to interact with SFAN and also exchange ideas as to how, we can collaborate and do better in whatever that we are doing. Yeah, so definitely I look forward to reaching out to you and having these interactions, as well as also, trying to see if we can do something continental, like, together and be able to partner on that. Yeah.
We definitely can. And let me give you pointers so that, when you do your, I don't know, usually I like to pray over something. So if you are the kind of person that prays over decisions, so this will give you a good prayer point of that prospective partnership. So let me play the video for you so that it will give you a general impression of what to be praying about.
Okay.
All right.
Searching for a job as an entry-level candidate often feels like a lonely walk in the dark. It's a daunting journey filled with uncertainty, self-doubt, and endless dead ends. You sit alone at your desk, scouring job boards, tailoring resumes, and crafting cover letters, hoping your words will resonate with a faceless recruiter. Each unanswered application feels like a whisper into the void, leaving you questioning your worth and wondering if you'll ever find your place. What if you could turn uncertainty into opportunity in weeks, not years? Meet Ready for Work V4, an AI-powered platform that lights the way to your dream career. Discover your personalized opportunity readiness score, unlock your unique strengths, and get real-time job matches with expert guidance to land roles faster. No more guesswork, just clear steps to success. Join ambitious job seekers securing their future with Ready for Work. Get ready for work today. Ready for work. Unlock your potential.
Now, that's signal 1. This is signal 2, just in case you missed it earlier.
Africa's graduates face the same cycle every year. Over 12 million leave school, but only a fraction land jobs within months. It's not about talent, it's about workforce readiness. Too often, skills aren't market ready and finding the right opportunity feels like searching in the dark. Ready for Work V4 changes that. This isn't another place to scroll for jobs or watch tutorials. It's where proof replaces guesswork, skills meet opportunity, and potential becomes realized. Learn in-demand digital skills and build employer-validated portfolios. Get a talent intelligence profile, complete with your job readiness score, resilience metrics, and job placement probability. Use Career Pilot, our custom AI job search map, to see your talent DNA, best fit roles, and how to get hired faster. Connect with coaches and employers directly before you even hit apply. For job seekers, employers, and organizations shaping Africa's future, Ready for Work V4 is your AI-powered operating system for human capital development. Learn more at www.readyforwork.africa.
Okay, so I just got one more for you.
I'm really impressed by it, to be honest with you, because especially as an employer, right? It's a big challenge for us to build out a team, especially in Africa, which is where we want to expand. And what this platform does is that it would give us the opportunity to do many things. One is, even if we have people in-house that we want to train, we can onboard them on the platform and they can do the courses and get trained. But we could also join any of these cohorts for any of the skills that we need and be able to employ people coming out of it, because the platform does a lot of the upfront work that we would need to do manually, which is a good thing about it, right? We're able to put up micro projects for plans for the candidates to do, the students to do, and the system analyzes the results and gives us strengths, weaknesses, yes, all of that, which is stuff that we would have to read through every line and do ourselves, right? So it saves a lot of time where that is concerned. But then on the back of that as well, we're also getting candidates who have gone through a training program. So we're not relying on what they say on their CVs. Too many times I've employed people here in Africa who says, oh, I'm great at this, I've done that. And then when you bring them on the job, they know nothing about it. Exactly, right? They're just lying on the CV. But what this does is that it eliminates that, because they would have to have gone through the digital marketing course or the software development course or the financial analysis course before you actually put them in front of us. It's extremely user-friendly as well, right? I think candidates would really enjoy it, but I'm looking at it from the standpoint of an employer. Yes, this is just going to revolutionize how we actually hire people and how we actually get them trained and built up as well. So yeah, good job.
Mm-hmm.
So this will give you some insights into things that we can do. Yeah.
Yeah. So I have a question actually, because
sure.
I see that it's so employee focused, and yet one of the areas I've been looking at is jobs, let's call it maybe work, could also be businesses. So what are you thinking around that?
Yeah, so we partnered with Visa recently to launch a course for entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs or freelancers or anyone who wants to understand entrepreneurship. So yeah, we have that already on the platform.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will do a demo for that particular one subsequently, but yeah, we do have it.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah. I know it's part of the reason why you did this.
Yes. Absolutely, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We are coming to the top of the hour. Would you want to give a summary statement?
Yeah. First of all, just thank you so much for trying again. I think it speaks a very big statement, and it's an inspiration to all of us. Thank you also for having me on here. It was nice to talk about my childhood, balancing between work and, running a home, as well as issues that we talked about around gender. I think that's so important.
Yeah.
Even for people to think about more and more. And I'll not stop reminding us that, yes, we need to achieve at a point where people are not jostling for space, but really taking up that space and adding value in the society where they are. Lastly, maybe let me share about my podcast. Again, it's called You Create Impact. I hope people will subscribe. You'll find it on YouTube. You Create Impact is also available on all socials. I'm interviewing people who are making a difference in their societies within Africa, and we have different themes that we're working on. It's a relatively new podcast, so there's also an opportunity for you to help shape how that turns out. And I welcome your comments. I welcome your inputs on that. And yeah, I guess that's it from me.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Sylvia. You've been one of the inspirational supporters and champions, helping us to stay awake, stay eager, get on it. And yeah, all the community efforts really paid off. And I'm so humbled and grateful to every one of you. You and your husband, it's amazing that you registered and then roped in your husband, which is impressive. Thank you to you and your family.
Yeah, thank you so much. And to the young people listening to us, we're living in tough times, but even though the times are different, it always looks tough, but things usually just get better. Things just improve. And we're working to do anything and everything to ensure that you are able to use your youthfulness, your energy, your brain, your technology prowess to be able to go far. We just need your help to be able to do that. So keep pushing, and we are here for you.
Thank you. All right. Just give me a few seconds so that I can transition seamlessly.
Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, buckle
I
up.
hope to see you on the other side.
Yes, you
Without collapsing or whatever.
Oh, I won't collapse. You will see me healthy and strong.
You've done it.
Okay.
You did it.
Yes.
Yeah.
We are back to Accra from Kenya. My boss. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Strong man.
All right, Sylvia. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye.
All right. Welcome back.
Thank you, sir.
If you call me sir, what will I call you? For those who don't know, this is my academic counselor, Mr. Alan Jimo Sapong. And he was one of the people that knew that, know Stars from All Nations from the very, very first day, because the very first what should I call it, strategy document that I wrote was handed over to you for review before we set up the Campus Club that is now a global change maker organization.
Yeah.
So thank you very much.
Yes, and then if I may remind you, the first activity I made you guys do was to plant flowers at Radford University, and it's still there. Yeah.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Okay. Thank you for joining us again this year. And
you're welcome.
We are talking about illegal mining in Ghana. Yes. Okay, this is going to be fun.
Yeah, sure.
Right. Please, for those that may not have seen your profile and read all the work you do, including in protecting water bodies, would you want to introduce yourself to them?
Okay, so I'm the Greater Accra rep of Friends of River and Water Bodies, an NGO that is into environmental advocacy and protection. And then we also undertake tree planting and a lot of activities to make sure that we protect our environment. Yes. And I'm also the Director of Academic Affairs for Radford University College. But today we are here to talk about illegal mining. Right. I'm not an expert in the field in illegal mining, but I believe that it's an issue that we need to bring it up and discuss because it's becoming a challenge for this country.
Right, right. Delight, so I'm going to send you some clips that you help me play from that side so that you will show, since we are not, this one is not direct Zoom. I want to show you something that I think you will like. A link, right? It's a link. Yeah. Recently, I joined DW Dashawele to do a street debate. We centered on illegal mining, and there's some thoughts that were shared that I want us to start from that side and see how this evolves.
Okay.
Yeah. Might take a bit of time to find it. In any case, maybe you can begin introducing the topic to the followers so I can find this video. I would really like you to make a commentary on it.
Yeah, so I mean, as I said, one of the biggest issues in Ghana today is illegal mining. And illegal mining basically means undertaking mining activity without licenses, or even with licenses, but doing it illegally, in the sense of flouting environmental laws, degrading the environment, and not really having a sustainable plan to reclaim land after mining. So basically, that is it. And civil society organizations, I mean, the entire country, radio, TV, everybody is talking about it because our forest is being depleted, our water bodies are being destroyed, government is losing revenue, lives are being lost. In fact, last year I did a program with BBC, and the focus on the effect of the cyanide, the chemicals that are used in mining, and it was really shocking. Some of the stories that birth defect and cancer and skin problems and so on and so forth. So that is why I believe that in any platform where anything is being discussed or an interview is being conducted, we should not leave that behind. Otherwise, I'll be talking about academic issues. And I enjoyed last year's interview because it centered on me and then on Radford University. But today, I believe that we should get into illegal mining. There are people online who are listening, people who watch later. If they are into it, maybe they will change their mind. And those who have also pretended as if they don't know what is going on, they also hear it and then join the fight. So basically, environmental protection, I always say that it's not for an agency or government alone, or I believe that maybe government will lead it, but it is for all and it is by all, because all of us must protect it. God gave all of us the responsibility to do that. And so everybody has a role to play. I mean, even if you are not even at the forefront, every day tweeting about it or going to like a post about it will pile up the pressure that is needed to push those who are supposed to act. And if you are in the communities, you can also probably serve as an informant, and that will work. If you're a security man who has been sent there, we are looking for results. We don't want soldiers, policemen, and women to go to a battle with illegal miners and lose. That's we don't want that.
Right.
So some of these discussions are really imperative. Yeah.
Amazing. The question many people are asking is why has it become like such a big deal that the previous government or the previous administration fought it, and it seemed like they didn't win, because obviously if they won, you wouldn't have been talking about it here again. So what is the problem that makes illegal mining like such a monster that nobody can defeat?
Yeah, I mean, it's a multi-million-dollar question, and the answer is simple. I mean, there's no political will. Politicians over the years, I mean, it even dates the previous government. They've not really gotten the boldness to be able to face it, because they fear losing, as it were, vote. So this is one of the biggest problems. And then, of course, it's a livelihood, a financial reward. Gold is, it's a precious mineral, and there's a lot of money in it.
Yeah.
So livelihood in a sense of two players, people who are looking to make more money and to be rich. And then those that you see in the pit with dirty clothes are those who are just going to earn a living. So this is the reason why we are not able to. And then part of the problem is that we have also not been, as a country, across the board, not been able to enforce any laws. So environmental laws are not enforced. The agencies are complaining they don't have what it takes to be able to enforce it. So these are the three key things, and this are serious stuff. If we are not able to get politicians, for example, last year I had an interview on Accessi Radio, and when it became a political game, I said, if we are not careful, the opposition will win and they will come and face the same challenge. So we should all come together and try to fight this thing. And now I've seen that they are also struggling. They are sending soldiers there, just the same thing that the previous government did, nothing new, and it's still on. So until politicians are able to sacrifice, if there's a vote coming there, we sacrifice it and we think about our future. And I believe that if the two of them come together and they say no to this, nobody is going to look vote. But everybody is seeing advantage of getting votes and then instigating the people against the government. And then after they lose and you come in, then you face the same thing. So that is one of the biggest problems, because we have seen videos where politicians were going around last year prior to the election, promising people that these people are wicked. If they chase you out, don't worry, vote for us. When we come, you go back and work.
Wow.
So that is where the problem is. And then the enforcement of our laws is also not being done. So even those who have permit and they are supposed to go and do legal mining have also jumped in. Because if you are not regulated, I think you make more money than when you are restricted.
Right.
So this is where the challenge is. And of course, others are also looking for livelihood. They want end to meet. And so when they see an avenue, then they jump in. So this is where the three main reasons why we are fighting it, and it is very hard. Those who are thinking about livelihood, they are prepared to die. Those who are going to make billions out of it's a multi-billion-dollar industry. They are prepared. They have arms. They have machines. When you burn one champagne, they are prepared to replace it.
Yes.
So no problem. And we also hear about corruption and all this. That cannot substantiate it. So normally I don't like talking about it. But if people keep going there and there's no results, what do you expect? Others to as it were, suspect. So these are the issues.
Are you ready? Okay. And of course, there is a spillover effect of the ongoing youth unemployment, which makes it difficult for young people to not resist. Makes it difficult for young people to resist, because if someone promised them that by participating in illegal mining they will get XYZ amount of money. I remember one guy that I used to enter, I call to do some few errands for me. He does Yango. After a while, I don't used to see him anymore. And then one day he told me that he's learning how to do mining. Okay. And it was obvious that it's not a not a certified one that he was.
No. Yeah. So it's a fact. It's not as if somebody is even promising them to get. They are getting something. We are told some will go, and then at the end of the day, they get 2,000 cedis, and some get 1,000, and so. As a journalist friend of mine said, unless they are going to they are going to farm miracles, they are not going to get 2,000 cedis a day. So
let's see these videos.
Okay.
Okay, play the last one I said first. You can pause this one and play the first one. Yeah. Okay, so because some people, the quality is a bit sus.
Yeah.
Some people, maybe in Nigeria or in Kenya or in Togo, they might not understand really what illegal mining is.
Yes.
So at this event, the minister tried to define what illegal mining is. Maybe you can take it from where he stopped. So I just wanted to play. There are 3 of them. So let's watch this one first.
Okay.
Let's start from the beginning.
Because you mentioned small-scale mining and illegal mining. Not all small-scale miners illegal miners.
Not necessarily. It's just the technique that is used in mining. If you don't have the lines, if you don't have the rights to mine as given by government, you are operating, at the right side of the law, then you are illegal mining. Okay. It's a very long time. And in fact, it was illegal because most of the mining to be undertaken around 1989. Okay, I want you to play this one last. Play the first one, yeah.
Yeah, so I understand he was trying to explain what illegal mining,
yes,
small-scale mining. Yes, I said that earlier on.
Yeah, right.
So small-scalers are. So we have large-scale mining and small-scale mining. And small-scale mining means, the capital that is required, and then the size of the land and equipment is, it's a small capital requirement.
Right.
And it is purposely for Ghanaians.
Okay.
So you go through the process, just like the processes that are large-scale, but the capital requirement, and then it's smaller, and it is meant for only Ghanaians. Ghanaians and Ghanaians alone, so that Ghanaians also can, as it were, participate in the sector. Otherwise, it was big capital coming from outside that were participating. So it can also be a sort of an employment avenue for Ghanaians now. So small-scale mining is not illegal mining. Now, illegal mining...
Yeah, that distinction, because my friends in Nigeria, they don't understand it the way you've explained
yes,
it now.
but if I go
Because of
further,
social media,
you will get it.
Yeah.
So, but there are some small-scale miners who are also doing illegal activity. So their mining activity is flouting the laws.
Right.
So they are, even though they have licenses, but they are illegal miners.
Okay. How does that work?
So you have given licenses to mine in this area.
Okay.
To mine with ABCD procedure.
Right.
And then not to pollute water, not to go closer to maybe 100 meters away from a water body, and all those environmental protection regulations. And then you go and you do otherwise. And you are destroying water bodies, you are destroying forest reserve and not reclaiming land. Then your activity is illegal.
Right.
And that's what makes it very difficult, because there are people who hold licenses and they are doing illegal activities there, which is also as harmful to the environment
the one that didn't get
as to those. But those who are totally, that they call them galamseyers, they don't have licenses, they don't care.
Okay.
Probably they even jump on somebody's land if they suspect there's something there. They will start digging. They threaten people and all manner of things. So they are there. And some of them also, maybe after illegal miners have left, then they will go back to the same place and then try to recruit and get something back. So that is what is happening. So it makes it really chaotic. But small-scale mining on its own is not illegal. I have friends who have small-scale mining licenses who are doing legal job.
Right.
But that also is a debate that we need to have. I had a meeting with a geologist, and he was telling me that why do we even allow surface mining? Because small-scale miners do surface. And the gold is in the rock, is down below, a lot of feet down. And these people are doing surface. And they have to destroy kilos of, how do you call it? Meters and long land stretch before they are able to come up with something. But if they had gone down, but going down to require some kind of huge capital to be able to do that. So it's a debate that we must have as a country, so that we stop this surface mining, and then we can, as it were, depend on deep mining, which will then even can create more jobs. We can make more revenue out of it than.
So what is preventing the, like you stated it clearly, you know, it has become a problem for both parties, meaning it's not like one party favors opposing it and the other one hasn't been able. Both parties are against it right now because both parties have been in power during when it's happening. Both parties have fought it. So why hasn't there been that unified debate since it's a national issue?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to believe and it's hard not to believe. But also, there are a lot of allegations of party activists also, I mean, getting involved at a local area. So maybe those at the top, maybe. So they find it difficult to deal with it. Because sometimes their own people are part of it. But if there's a political will, and politics is a bit of a dicey game. So, for example, now this government is being hit with it. People are against it. People who even supported them previously are now against them because the illegal activity is still going on. So the opposition is hiding somewhere, and they are looking at, okay, if we are able to get 30% out of this issue, and we add it to this, maybe we are next in power. So they normally think about winning power. And then when we win power, then we see how we figure it out. But as we all know, it does not work for anybody.
Nobody.
So for the interest of the country, but I don't think they are going to listen to that. Because you hear them saying, oh, they did it to us and now they should fix it. And if they are not able to fix it, then it becomes a problem. So they just want it. I met one, he said, the issue is dying down. They always want it to be at the front burner, so that then it damages the government. Gradually, 2 years into it, then they push it hard. It can push them out. So then they tell you that political parties were set up to win power. They are not a football team or any other. So,
but there's also the other side of the citizens' participation in the conversation. So the last one. Now, in the video, the woman was giving a reaction, and she was of the opinion that people who my generation shouldn't get married. Let me see if it's this one.
We all know that these young children, I will call them, they know what's going on, and we are talking, we're on demonstrations, we are shouting, we are on TV channels, we're doing every kind of thing we can. People like Aula Sewa document affecting this thing. And the people who are supposed to be in charge, where are they? And what are they doing? This young man, I don't even know whether the water he's drinking is clean. I am so afraid. I have a son sitting there. I brought this boy from UK to come and help me. I am now so ashamed that I brought this man from UK to come and drink this. What grandchild is this going to give me? I don't want any grandchildren. Gentlemen, ladies, don't do it. It's not worth it. Do not do it. Don't have children. Until they clean your water, let the population go down. Let them feel your pain. We have to notify. People have to do their jobs. We have jobs to do.
What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, as I understand her situation, we have all had some of these conversations back door, because in fact, I was talking to my senior brother some few weeks back, and we are scared because we see some of this data, scared for the future of our grandchildren. So I always say that probably when we get a sensible country, then we migrate before we die, so that they can go and live there, because they are polluting our water. And I mean, research shows that maybe it may not be too far from us. We will start importing water. Can you import water to bath? And these things never stop. I mean, they are just there. The water bodies are just being destroyed. And Ghana Water Company is spending a lot of money to be able to clean the water that comes to our house. Is it sustainable? 5 times, 6 times the amount of chemicals that they need to do. And it is killing them. Some of their processing facilities are being shut down because they don't have the capacity to be able to purify water that is really contaminated with heavy metals and, I mean, polluted to a point where it is so hard to do that. And even if they get it, because some of these illegal miners are even diverting water course. And it's a recipe for just a disaster, because when you divert the course, it will just dry up and they don't care. So, I mean, I share a pain, because if we are not careful, you leave great grandchildren here. What are they going to drink? Sand?
You know, you made a comment that reminds me of a conversation that we had in the previous sections of this. Yeah. You made a comment that reminds me of some conversations that we had in the previous installments of our check your Slack. I sent to Justice rather. So, you know, I think the biggest job for every government now, globally, you know, is to create or to portray that image of being the investment destination for the world. I mean, all the war, the tariff war, all those politicking is because everyone wants to, you know, protect their strengths and, you know, boost the capacity of, you know, the people. But if you are thinking like what our grandchildren is going to be facing, and this thing is coming closer and closer and closer, so should I be planning to, you know? And the fact is, you have the capacity, you have the finance to make it happen, and you probably have 2 passports already giving you double citizenships. So if it gets too tough, you have the option to check out. And it's happened in many places. So this is from a news published recently of the number of millionaires that left that left the UK. So if such a thing, happens, if this becomes a crisis that is uncontrollable, I can imagine that there are many people who are making arrangements that are okay, just in case.
Yeah.
Because if you can't control the water that you drink, the water that you use to bath, the water that flow in the sink where you brush it, what else is
It's
left?
not only the water. I mean, the pollution is, infiltrating our food stuff. And so, we are poisoning everything for everybody.
Yeah.
So it's dangerous. So you're better off in Togo than don't go far.
but Togo and Ghana share the same.
At least they are better. It's okay. We don't see and we don't hear this stuff.
All right.
In fact, some of our pollution, I think 2 years ago, affected Ivory Coast, and they really came hard at us, and then they had to quickly try to, and it was shameful. Why should your illegal activities affect your neighbor who is trying to protect their
own environment?
Yes. So that is where the challenge is.
Tax hikes are being blamed for a record number of millionaires fleeing the UK. This year, 16,500 millionaires are projected to depart from British shores, more than China's 7,800 and Russia's 1,500. Provisional data calculated in the Henley Private Wealth Migration Report shows that while high net worth individuals, HNWO, by energy is depleted, are exiting from the UK. Countries including the UAE, USA, Italy, and Switzerland are enjoying significant millionaire migration. Critics say the UK's Labour government is to blame for driving HNWIs abroad. On assuming power, the Chancellor's inaugural budget increased the already elevated UK tax burden by 40 blah, 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 blah. So, all these things, they have consequences because the more the people who have the money to invest in the country are seeing that
there's no future.
So
they will leave. They will leave. And these days, all you do is to do some capital investment. There are countries where if you do citizenship by investment, and you can just pack your bag and baggages. But the point is that it may be maybe 2% of the population.
Right.
And millions of people. That is why some of us are getting involved, that we should use every platform that we have, as it were, to be able to push and get these things done. We can solve it. It's not beyond us. Just that we have not really made any genuine effort. Somebody asked me that, is it really a fight? And I don't think there is. We are just sending troops there. And the areas are very difficult areas. How many of them are going to take forests? It's hard to locate this. So, other strategies, if indeed we want to fight, which may be easier, can be.
We have crossed it. We have crossed it. Oh, I didn't even notice.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. It's amazing that you are the one here to
I have to be the one.
Oh,
it has to be me.
Wow.
Probably I've known you longer than anybody who has been interviewed.
I know.
So far,
This is amazing. Wow. Where is the confetti? Okay, when we get to the new one, then we blow the confetti. Oh yes. The record is broken. Yeah. Oh my goodness. God is good.
God is good. Yes.
Oh yes. Wow. I'm so happy.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Well fought.
Yes. We fought like tooth and nail.
Yeah. God has been good.
Yes, he has been so good. Whew. Okay. Wow. My energy has recharged.
Yeah, you have to. Now you have more energy to do another 100 hours.
Oh my goodness. Wow. This is good. So, so now you can, when you get to school, you tell them that it's possible.
It is really possible.
It's possible.
In fact, I'm planning something in January that you will be invited.
Sure.
Because you need to come and
I'm always happy to support.
Yeah,
I'm always happy to support.
The young, because the kind of spirit that you people had, I mean, now probably maybe our numbers are a bit down. We are now trying to rebuild. So we will get the likes of you, Paul, Chichi, and the rest, so that we'll be able to, because you guys have made, yesterday I was at the commercial court, and I saw 2 Radford students.
Wow.
One is at the court registry, and then one is a lawyer.
See that
who was going to defend his...
Which means your...
So I said, I have children. So they all came to me, and they were... My lawyer was really happy to see them. I said, really? So you guys are making us proud.
Oh, wow. This is a hard-fought victory. Sure. I'm so grateful to God.
Amen.
Wow. Okay, so back to work.
Yes, back to very important.
Yes.
It's really dear to me in this subject.
Yes. Okay, so now we at a point, it's like a crux, The question becomes, okay, so I like pattern recognition. It's one of the things that we learned. We went to school to think. So let me play this keynote video from our previous event for you, and you can dovetail it to challenge, because every crisis brings opportunity for people who can think wild to create something that could be instrumental in driving change. Because who knows, the illegal mining case can be an opportunity for some young guy to create an app or AI assisted instrument that will help to just transform the country in a new way.
Yes.
As an entrepreneur, and this is Global Student Entrepreneurship Week, so I'm always looking at what if, how about, So when I see crisis, I see opportunity. When I see problem, I see market opportunity.
Yeah. There's a great opportunity.
Yeah.
I mean, locally, and even for the local areas. I mean, some areas, they are trying to reclaim the land, and people have opportunity to fill and plant trees. So tree planting exercise is also very huge. It's worth millions of dollars. The new technology in mining, that's the minister or the person that was being interviewed was saying, so that we do away with the chemical, then we introduce. And even the fight, a friend of mine went to Bulgaria, and then he met some people who were telling him that, look, even your water, we have a technology to purify it. So he even sent a proposal. It's something that he's trying to follow it up, because he sees that. And then also getting drone and other this thing to be able to monitor and fight. And so be able to really define the area. So people are thinking solutions out of this difficult challenges.
It might be a young guy. I would be glad to see a young guy who would create that kind of solution. And since this is Global Student Entrepreneurship Week, So the gentleman is giving a keynote and emphasizing how hard times, is an instrument to generate idea.
Absolutely.
April 1815, there was one of the worst ever volcanoes known to man on Mount Tambora, which was in and is in Indonesia. Well, it was one of the largest ever recorded, and a vast plume of dust and smoke and ash spread from Indonesia northwards across the world. It blocked out the sun in large parts of the then identified industrial world and caused huge changes in global temperatures. And in China, the cold weather killed off the trees, the crops, and water buffalo. And in North America, there was a dry fog which reddened the sun, and there was a summer snowfall in New York, where it never, of course, snowfalls in New York in summer. Riots and looting broke out across the world, all over Europe, and harvests failed. And there was a very difficult problem of soaring food prices, tens of thousands of people dying from famine and disease, and horses, which were the only means of transport, were starved or had to be slaughtered and used as food, because the high price of oats or feeding horses inhibited people from spending on them. Then the question arose, how do we get around? Well, it was that last predicament that led a German called Karl von Drais to devise what he called a personal transport machine to replace the horse, a two-wheeled wooden structure in which you sat on the top frame, the wheels were attached by wood, and you simply pushed it along with your legs on either side of the frame. This was the first ever bicycle. And it's a fascinating thought that when you look across the world now and you see people cycling, biking, moving on single-wheeled, two-wheeled, multi-wheeled, that way back then, this was an innovation that came out of a crisis. But the entrepreneur is the person who spots the serendipitous moment. That's a long word, I know. Not many of you may use it very frequently, and I certainly don't. But it is a good word to look up. The serendipitous moment, which says, out of the set of circumstances presented before me, what is the gap for innovation that sits here? How can I identify and therefore innovate and find the resourcing necessary to move from basics into possibilities, into prospects, and then into profit? How do I make those things happen? Now, there are two further.
So, crisis is an instrument for innovation. If all conditions are perfect, then there will be no need for for entrepreneurs to innovate and market.
Yes.
Yeah. So, as we discuss, as we deliberate, as we review these ongoing issues, it's also a moment for us to inspire the next generation. I'm always looking for a way to, spark dreams of those who are willing and able to ask questions of what is missing here that my skills can contribute. How can I help my organization? How can I help my country? How can I help my institution? That's the thinking that created this enterprise. That's the thinking that transformed it from a campus club to a New York featured organization today. We've been featured on New York Times Square, one of the few startups in Africa. And we are just getting started. We've launched our new product, Ready for Work version 4, which I would love to come around one day and show you how we can help the students unlock their potentials, in finding a job after school and several other things that we can do for them.
Wow,
yeah,
that's great to know. Yes. Yeah, so all this crisis in there, but even one of the ways that I'm seeing, like just as you're saying, is not even solutions to, or maybe taking advantage of even the crisis in the sector, but also innovating to be able to come out with other livelihoods.
Yes.
That will, as it were, take people, especially young people are dropping from school to jump in there and all that, so that we can take our attention and then give real, as it were, opportunities to people that they will also see that with that, if it's scaled, they can also make it in life. Because in Africa, we have really depended on natural resources for goodness knows how long. And we have left the others to the rest of the world to provide that for us. And they are far richer than us, even though we have more natural resources than them. So it's about time that we see value in other areas, like we are talking about AI. Let's take advantage of it and see how it can, as it will, help us in mining in other sectors that we are having challenges, so that if we are able to introduce even good technology in small-scale mining, we may mine, but not, as it were, cause a lot of damages. Then we can then focus on those who are not supposed to be there, and they are there. And that, for even enforcement, we still need innovation. I honestly think that if the state agencies even involve private enforcers, like entrepreneurs who have groups. I mean, when the Iraq war was in the peak of it, and then they were trying to do reconstruction, the security companies that were protecting contractors were not soldiers. So people saw advantage, and people became billionaires out of that. Home security companies recruited former soldiers all over the world. Some even from Sierra Leone. I've watched a documentary and took them there to go and protect contractors and civilians who are there to, as it were, to undertake. Again, people became, billionaires. The entrepreneurs.
To your point, Abel, this is, confirmatory of what you were saying. Innovation that would drive attention away from others. So scientists then led into gold for the first time. For a split second, we know, but it's possible.
It's possible.
So this is pattern. If it's possible here, which means it's possible.
We can do it here.
So who knows? Maybe
if we are not careful, our gold will not be in demand anymore. But you know that, and one of the dangerous things is that I have family members who are into export of wood, timber, processed ones, and all that. Now, there are regulations, especially from EU, that is saying that if your source is from an illegal mining area, they may not. And you can say, in Ghana, our revenues as a country is from gold, cocoa. So cocoa is banned because it's from a polluted area. Timber cannot go because it's from a degraded place. Then gold, probably because they are then converting lead into their own gold. That will be the end of it. So we have to be up and doing. And then instead of going to dig and destroy everything, we should be thinking about turning lead also into...
manipulating the lead into gold.
Into gold. So we have to be up and doing. And that is... I don't know whether maybe it's this generation or we should look up to the next generation. We have to start from somewhere.
I think my generation, I always say my generation is the smartest generation there is. Because we are the AI generation. We are the ones that innovation came without limits to. So. I believe that my generation will not fail. So, and we're working very hard. We're working with our smart thinkers. There are people turning plastic into fuel. People turning, waste cloths into fashion, trendy fashion that are featured in New York runways, I should say. So
so then we have to rally around and give the kind of support that is needed at the end of the day, so that it will be pushed. And we have to start adapting. So the biggest problem we have here is that, for example, if you can go down with him, but the car I brought is made in Ghana, it's Kantanka.
Right.
And so if we are able to patronize made in stuff, I don't want to say even in Ghana, but in Africa, then we will be able to. So whatever anybody is doing locally, we have to make conscious effort to patronize and give it the kind of value that is needed. And once it is patronized, then it can be improved and fine-tuned for the world market.
Yeah.
But if from day one you throw it up there, it becomes a showcase. And people will be, oh, okay, this goes for Ghana, but nobody going to spend money on it. So we need to sacrifice and build something and use it. And then the world will come for it. If it's an African market, I mean, we trade with the world trillions of dollars every year. If I was at the workshop that was 2 years ago into African trade at Moving Pick. And I mean, so the whole thing is that people are trying to promote trade between Africans. And it is quite expensive and difficult to trade among ourselves than trading with the external world. And because there's a shipping line that has been created, now it's so difficult to trade between Nigeria and Ghana than trading between Europe and Ghana. And somebody gave a typical example, like, so most of the things he shipped from Ghana must be by road. And then you're in Ghana 2 weeks, you don't hear from your truck drivers. Only for you to hear that there's a police officer in a village in Burkina Faso somewhere who has detained them. So how will the policeman understand what we are discussing in Accra here, so that he forgets about his fuel safer and then let this trade happen, which will promote inter-African trade? So the bottlenecks and all that, and it comes back to the same attitude that we need to. That's why sometimes education, some of these things that we are doing help, so that everybody will know that their actions and inactions is what has brought about where we are, and we are not actually, as it were, moving forward. And young people, innovators, and some of you are trying to come up with stuff. I'm not getting the kind of traction that you should, because then even the attitude of, oh, it's coming from Ghana, then it may not be. But that's when we were young, growing up, our fathers had VW and Co. and Benz, and nobody had Toyota. And I mean, what is Toyota, Honda, and nobody believed in those cars. But the people that started from their country believe in it, they supported, they pushed it. Now they are all global brands, so to say. So we have to start something from here and build it. Chinese started building cars. I mean, they use their cars.
Right.
But 90% of the cars they produce, they use them. Now there's opportunity for electronic cars, and about 90% of electronic cars in Europe and other countries are from China. So they play their time, the opportunity came, and then they have launched on it. Nobody produces more electronic cars than them.
Wow. Wow. Yeah. Okay, we are getting to the top of the hour. I know you are centering on illegal mining, but in case you have any other thoughts that you want to chip in before we circle back, and we can think around checklists that you have for attitude change, policy, or whatever you need to talk.
Yeah, so I mean, I also believe in what you are. You know, I've been lecturing entrepreneurship for a long time. So it's an area that, I mean, we have, as a country or as a continent, we have not been able to, as it were, push. We have been training pen pushers who go out there, even though with entrepreneurship mindset. I was talking to somebody yesterday. It's as if most of the government institutions, the officials there, they are there to make sure that businesses don't work. They don't believe in the right time. Their processes are tedious. Everything about them is anti-business. Business, they had to do training. An agency had to do training for us. And then they called my senior brother and said, they called me and said, okay, so it's going to be on Monday. They said the training will be at their head office in Accra on Friday. So I said, okay, so me, I'm gentle. So I pushed it to my brother. My brother called and said, what do you mean? You just call us. People are outside Accra. They are in the factories. They are working. They don't have time to come and sit here. If you think what you are bringing is a value to your service, you have to go to the people and train them. Do you know the meaning of bringing 5 or so people from the product and shatter? So it's not possible. Then back and forth. Then he called the CEO. He said, okay, then I'll allocate the budget. So now they have accepted that one was held here yesterday. They will go to Takrady, they will go to Kumasi, they will go to Tamale, they will go to, and then get closer to the people. So this is something that the state must be looking at. The ease of doing business is one of the bane of our economies. I mean, nobody cares. I mean, so somebody tried to clear things from the port. It's almost like it's impossible. You spend the whole day, sometimes even small boxes that have, you spend the whole day there and you will never get it done. So if you want to promote entrepreneurship, then we have to be looking at the public sector that must help to facilitate that. And then also we talk about funding. I mean, funding is nowhere. Everybody's looking outside to get funding. So we have to make a conscious effort to also make fundings available and believe in what the young people can do and young entrepreneurs and startups can also do. If everybody is even employing two people, I mean, it will reduce every developed economy has about 80% of the population working in small businesses. So yes, so our problems and unemployment issues can be solved through entrepreneurship. And this kind of entrepreneurship training and mindset and all is also needed in those people who are working for state institutions, because it's not gelling. They don't get us, and we also don't get. So when you go there, you are frustrated, you are angry, and they don't know that. I mean, if you're an entrepreneur, then time is something that is so precious. You don't have it. It's precious than money. And so how do we really work together? So it's an area that if you guys are engaging, maybe policy, and all of us have been talking about it, and then so that we will be able to, as it were, critical thinking is also another area, because people's judgment are very, very poor and jump into conclusion with half-baked information and all. We were invited last, I'll mention the institution's name, that some people have made petition against us. And then they called us, put us there, and I'm just looking at it. So the people didn't show evidence that they worked for Radford before, so and so and so. So on what basis would a big state institution receive this and call us? I mean, they didn't even pass the little mark, the bar that they have to prove that they were there. And other issues, no evidence, no nothing. But if you question, I was just thinking of questioning them, but it should have passed this before you even grant it. So this sort of things, and then we waste man hours, go and sit there and try to talk, explain, when we are talking about nothing. So entrepreneurship is people think that is all for people who are just going into businesses, but and the kind of mindset that it brings to it's for everybody, so that we can all then work together and be able to achieve that. So people can create jobs in Ghana and get people to work for them from Nigeria and all that with technology. Then we can move forward. Because I believe Africa also have something to offer. We have been saying that this is our time, but we are just paying lip service. We are not really taking advantage of it. It's our time. I mean, people are having aging population and all. If we are not careful, they will abandon all our people. Instead of coming to us to receive services that we can provide, and they will take our people to go and work for them. And India is receiving call centers and is giving them a lot of inflows, but we are not. Our people are then being employed through agencies and going there. So how do we, create opportunities for our people here so they don't have to go and live in cold and all the challenges that they have, but still get jobs and the economy, they get a lot of inflows. So we need to be thinking AI is something that, so there's a gentleman who came to us last week. He wants to run short courses in AI training. He said, I said, don't worry, just go and put it on paper. I need something like that to be done in Radford. I just want AI thing to be done. You just bring it. Let's start, because this is where the world is going.
You could have called me.
I don't know. I didn't know that. So now what is happening?
I'm coming for part of that contract.
Yeah, you have to come. Yeah, you have to come.
I'm coming for part of that contract.
Yeah. You have to come, because for me, I don't just want us to enter next year and we are doing nothing about AI. Even if there's somebody, you just come and talk about it. We have given her office, come and stay here. Let's do this thing. Let's do it, because this is where the world is going. We cannot afford. Yeah, we have wasted maybe 2-3 years. I was talking to somebody who normally gives me his letters out to vet and then correct.
Yeah.
And he always joked that, oh, you went to a good school, so you have. So then last 3 days, I was with him, and then he just got his letter printed and he signed, and then he was dispatched. And then he said to me, I didn't bring that thing to you because I have a lawyer. So I said, which lawyer are you talking about? Not knowing he has an AI platform that, he writes it and then fine-tune it for him. And in fact, he gave it to me to write. I thought indeed he gave it to a lawyer to write it for him. And the person who did it was saying that, the AI wrote the bar exams and got higher than any score that a human can dream of getting. So that's what the AI can do. And why do we waste time? We have to adapt it and move on. Instead of spending 30 minutes trying to correct a letter with grammatic errors are too many than even the meaning of the thing. So we can just move on with the speed of light and be more productive and efficient. I believe in that. Yeah.
Wow. It's been an exciting 1 hour. It's not even... I didn't even know when it's up to 1 hour already.
Oh, it's up to 1 hour.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So, 4 minutes more. So
no, 4 minutes more.
You can use this one to give a summary statement or call to action or instruction,
Yeah, so basically when it comes to illegal mining, as a friend asked me, is there really a fight? I think that if there's a fight, then maybe it's not a heavyweight fight.
If you wouldn't mind, this one.
It's not a heavyweight fight. It's below the belt fight. So we need to up our game. The environmental protection fight is by all and it is for. So all of us must play our part. But I believe that just as all of us believe, the state have the biggest role to do that. Let's arrest those who are bringing in the champagnes, those who have money, who are investing millions of dollars into this sector. They are the ones who are causing us the biggest damage, not those who are standing in the pit. Yes, we can arrest them, but we have to use security intelligence to arrest those big financiers, those who are making billions of dollars out of it. Those who are trading in illegal gold, they are the ones who are buying those. We have to get them from the port, from the seaport, from the land, wherever we can get them. This is how we can stop this. Sending soldiers to the pit and to those areas to chase people away cannot solve it. If we make it very difficult for them to sell, we make it very difficult for people to import and bring in the chemicals that are used there. We make it very difficult for people to find money, to raise money, and then chase all those big players who are behind it, who are making billions of dollars out of this trade. Then we can stop it. Sending soldiers there, yes, we have been doing it for many years, but your guess is as good as mine. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you so very much. Okay. We'll be transitioning to the next speaker. So, but you still have 2 minutes, though.
I still have 2 minutes. Yeah. Okay, so then that's good. So as we all must play a role, and I'm very grateful for your life, for accepting that the topic when I chose it. Probably say, okay, you are not into that sector, so maybe we should choose another one. But I mean, you accepted it, and we have you have played video. I mean, you were well prepared for this subject, and I thank God that with this subject we're able to hit the milestone of 100 hours. So by the grace of God, we'll be able to overcome this, because our food, my brother is always saying, let's all buy. So he will buy food from the mountains. He's afraid to get food from areas where illegal mining activity is taking place. Some of the food has been tested and it has chemicals in them, and nobody knows the amount of chemicals that is being passed around. So it's very difficult. We cannot import water. We can't import food. The economy will collapse. By the way, who should do proper environmental practice, protect their water and export it to you? Or produce food and export it to you? So we also have responsibility. It's just a common sense approach to life, so that we can also be a good citizen within the sub-region. Because, I mean, going as far as polluting the water bodies of Ivory Coast was a disaster. I don't think we need to do that to our neighbors. They are trying to do the right thing, so we should also try to do that. But let's stop this chasing people here and there. The people who are behind this thing, they are sitting in their homes, hotels, and all that. Let's gather intelligence, pick them up, and cut the source of those champagne and those cranes and those heavy machines that are going there. Once those people are arrested, and politicians must also come together and then look beyond winning election today, but the future of the country which they seek to lead.
Right. Wonderful. And on that note, we want to thank you once again for joining us on this bold mission, supporting us, and we'll look forward to our future collaborations. And thank you once again, sir.
I'll be at the victory parade.
Yes.
Soon. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, so we have an in-house guest. So what we could do, since you need to mic, so let me do with Jifa Ramona, and then we'll do in-house guest. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hello, Jifa. Hello.
Hi, Tom-Chris.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. So good to hear from you. It's been too long.
Yes, it has been. I'm just trying to get my video on. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, you look so great as always.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And you're looking good. Well
Thank
done
you.
on holding it up.
Yes.
Really well done.
Yes, we finally crossed 100 hours, and yeah, still going 100 hours and still counting. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
Well
wonderful.
done.
Yeah. Okay. Since we don't have your LinkedIn profile somewhere or other details, would you mind to introduce yourself to our audience?
Sure. Happy to. So good afternoon, everyone. Morning, evening, wherever you find yourself in the globe. My name is Jifa Romano Mensah. I'm an HR professional with almost 2 decades of progressive HR experience. I've worked in the IR/ER industry, FMCG industry, insurance and financial services industry, and I'm currently working with a fintech. Very passionate about the employee experience, very passionate about the people agenda. I'm one of the people who say, let's bring the human back into HR. So that's a bit of me, and I'm really great to be here.
Thank you so very much. For just to add a little suffix to the introduction, for those who might not know, Jifa was Jifa has been one of the champions that supported us in the early stages of our operation. I remember in 2017 when we had our Quantum Leap Career Fair, she gave us 10 packs of goodies to give to the speakers, which elevated our event production, and I'm so grateful for your commitment to young people and to organizations like SFAN.
It's always a pleasure.
All right. So what are we going to talk about today?
So today we are going to talk about leadership and career development.
Wonderful.
Which is, as I mentioned, one of the areas I'm very passionate in. Can I share my screen?
Okay.
Something really small together.
Okay, so since it's a Q&A, like I have to ask a question and then you answer in the presentation.
Sure.
I think that should be possible, but
yes,
perhaps you will start by giving us your version of leadership fit for purpose in Ghana. So you can share your screen.
Okay. So I actually put something small together to also celebrate you. So this is to celebrate you.
Oh, thank you.
Really well done.
Thank you.
Great feats. It's not easy to do. I've been watching some of the interviews. This is a bold move. This is an empowering move. And in doing that as well, you've also used it as an opportunity to educate us.
Yes.
So really, really well done.
Thank you.
So should I go ahead and speak on leadership?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. All right. So people have various understanding of leadership. And I believe this is a topic that has been beaten down several times. This is also a topic that has gone through various iterations. And it's also one of the topics that's the most spoken about. So when you even do a very short Google on leadership, you have thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of articles and videos, and all. Everybody has a view of leadership. But the very, very simple definition of leadership is the ability to influence, is the ability to guide people towards common goals and doing so effectively. And when it also comes to leadership, there are always three things that stands out. There's the vision, there's emotions around it, and as a leader, your integrity and your adaptability. So these are the main facets of leadership. And when we bring it home to Africa, there are quite a number of leaders that are worthy of celebrating. And I believe for us in Ghana, the most notable leader to talk about, to celebrate, who exhibits most of or some of these traits is Kwame Nkrumah. So he was a visionary. He had it was adaptable, had integrity, and also led with emotional intelligence. And when we bring it home to the corporate space, there are quite a number of leaders who also tick all these boxes, and they are really worthy to celebrate them as well. So that's a bit on leadership. So I'll pause here. If you have any questions for me, I'll take them.
You know, I'm curious to understand how you've, built your career from the very beginning, with these principles of leadership and case studies that will inspire our young people and, give them actual first-person understanding of what it means to lead, even from behind, even in different contexts.
So there's actually a process of leadership. But since you've asked about me, let me start with myself.
Yeah.
So I started from university, and I was really clear on what I wanted to do. I know not everybody has that. For some people, it's more of let me try this and see if it works out, and let me try this and see, which is also fine. because as you test the waters, you then get to know what are the things I'm great at and what are the areas that I need to develop in. I started in a very humble company called UNICOF, which is a trade union, Union of Industry, Commerce and Finance. And in that space, you had the opportunity to not just work with companies, but work with various leaders, because you are negotiating for better conditions of workers with leadership or with management. So you go for meetings and you meet with either the MD or the HR director, and then you'll get to experience various forms of leadership. So you get to see leaders who were authoritative, leaders who were empathetic, leaders who really, wanted to make a difference in the lives of their employees. And one of the things that also taught me was that you got to experience leaders who don't just see the work as people are coming to work and then they leave, but go beyond that to say, whatever I'm doing as a leader is also impacting families. And that's also another important trait of a leader as well. Moving on from there, I got the opportunity to also work in Unilever as a management trainee, or the Unilever Future Leaders League, as it's currently called. And that was a fast-track experience to leadership. But then in that fast-track experience, it taught me a number of things. It taught me resilience. It taught me adaptability. It taught me the importance of emotional intelligence. Also, and you don't walk, as a leader, I should always know that you don't walk that journey alone. So the importance of mentors were very, very, very helpful in that journey. I fell down so many times, but the most important thing was the grit and the resilience. So you get up and you learn. And one of the things I also learned in that leadership journey was the importance of feedback. So always asking for feedback as you journey on to know how you are doing, what are the things you need to improve on. And that was one of the most amazing periods of my life. Then also the importance of also knowing context. So I had an opportunity to work outside the shores of Ghana in a French country. So that also taught me a lot more around adaptability. So language, regardless of the language barrier, how to understand the context and work with people to achieve results. So that was also an important trait. Then working in another industry, which was the insurance industry, that was also another learning curve for me. And that was where I became a lot more passionate about bringing the human back into HR. So how can I be an empathetic leader? How can I ensure that it's not just the HR person who is being empathetic, but everybody around the leadership team is living that as well? And in my current role also, that journey also continues, working in a fintech. So adaptability, having the right vision, working with and through people. And most of the time people think, oh, I don't have a team, so how can I call myself a leader? Actually, leadership starts with self-leadership. So knowing leading self before even going ahead to lead others. There's something I always say, your word is your honor. So whatever you say or whatever you speak, that integrity should go with it. So if I say today, I'm going to work on this report and I'm going to make sure that I've committed to delivering it. I've committed to delivering it by Friday, and that is what I told my colleagues, that I'm going to deliver this report. Then you need to then make sure that your word should be your honor and there are no room for excuses regardless of what happens. So leading with self starts, and then once you lead with self, then you can then, go on and lead others and then lead organizations.
Wonderful. 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 So let's dive into the other section of the subject matter, which is, some of the leadership mistakes that young people should take note of. And yeah.
So first thing, humility. You might have gone to the school, you might have graduated with first class honors, you might have learned all the things that there is to learn. but having the humility to say that I can always learn more. Never ever stop learning. Having the humility to ask for feedback and taking it no matter how unpalatable it is, because that's the only way that you can ensure continuous growth. And I know sometimes in our culture, it's very difficult, one, to ask for feedback. And people also might not give you the honest feedback. But when someone really, really opens up and gives you the honest, true feedback, have the humility to take it all in, to reflect on it, and to see what are the elements that you need to improve on. So the first one I'll say is humility. The second one is never, ever stop learning. And I know this is a mantra that has been spoken about several times, but indeed it is true. In my years of experience as an HR person, every single day I learn new things. And I don't just learn things around the work that I do, but even outside the work that I do. So then there are lots of free online courses, there are lots of online articles. Make it a point to read at least 2 articles in a week, minimum. Because the more you keep learning, the more that you are going to, embrace a lot of opportunities that come your way. Then the third one is never shy away from any opportunity. Opportunity comes, there's a saying that opportunity comes in overalls. If I can add, holding a brush, holding a broomstick, and not looking fancy at all. So never take advantage of. It could be as simple as, organize the office staff party. It might not be the most flamboyant thing, but what are the things that it teaches you? It teaches you project management. It teaches you working with people. I know a lot of people also have side hustles and all. And I've met individuals who come in and say, "Oh, I'm not working." I say, "Oh, we are not. So this past 2 years, what have you been doing?" And they say, "Oh, but I'm an Uber driver, or I sell online on Instagram or Snapchat." I'm like, that's actually a business that you own. You are doing supply chain management. You are taking orders. You are making sure that those orders come through. You make sure that it's also delivered. Yeah, you also have financial acumen, because you need to make sure that you're making profits. So never ever see any opportunity as small. If you're an Uber driver, you're giving customer experience, safety. There are lots of things that you are doing in that space that can actually add to you. So never ever ever say no to any opportunity. Don't wait for the big moments. Work towards the little moments. I remember my very first job when I joined Unilever, and I tell people, would you believe what it says, Tom-Chris? My very first job as a management trainee.
I'm not sure.
You're on mute.
Yeah, I'm not too sure.
So let me tell you, my very first job was to hang danglers in the office space.
Wow.
And I'm like, wow, I'm a management trainee, but I was like, okay, I'm taking this as a challenge. So do you know what I did? I actually looked at all the total danglers that we had. I looked at all the office departments, and then I did an Excel sheet to say, okay, customer service, we need 10 danglers. In the supply chain office, looking at how big it is, we need 20. We need about another 20 more in the canteen. So I then mapped it out in an Excel sheet, sent it to my boss and said, okay, this is how we are going to do the danglers. And then I had to get the facilities team to help me to put it up. And that was my very first job.
Wow.
As a management trainee. So it wasn't the most flamboyant, it wasn't leading a project, but it's a very simple things that you do that lets people continuously, give you more, give you more, give you more. Yeah. So those are the 3 things. Yeah.
Impressive. Very, very impressive. You've really come a long way, and your track record speaks for itself. And everybody that has worked with you has, they all have essentially unbelievable testimonies that, when you, like I was here with Kofi the other time, and I remember when you were shadowing him, and now Kofi is a big man going to conferences, and when we share it, it seems unbelievable, but it's believable because you're here standing before us and sharing the same principles that made you who you are. So thank you for who you are and what you do. As we progress to the next phase, Any other thoughts about leadership that people need to take into consideration as we begin to wind down?
Yes. So a few things. When it comes to not just leadership, but also progressing from leadership.
Right.
Because everybody wants also not just be a leader, but how can I see progress in what I'm doing? So I've just put together a few frameworks. The first one, self-assessment is important. Self-assessment, you can do this through getting feedback from friends or colleagues. You can decide to run an anonymous survey. And I realized that sometimes when you ask people for feedback, they are not comfortable to do so. But once you tell them that it's anonymous, then, people really give you the truth and feedback. So self-assessment is important. Never, ever, ever shy away from it, because that's one of the ways that you can continually develop. And there are lots of self-assessment tools online that you can run for yourself and for your friends and even your colleagues. Also, set SMART goals. And I'm sure this one, you're like, oh, this one is very easy, but it actually works. So Tom-Chris, let me tell you, when I was just about to finish university, I had a book. And then I wrote down all the things I wanted to do. So I said, okay, I want to be a manager before I'm 30. And in doing all that, I want to get married. I want to have my kids, at least by the time I'm 35, I should have gotten married and have kids. So I did both the personal and the professional, because of course, it's not just about career, because the personal life also matters. And I wrote down a couple of things. And I had timelines to them. Did I achieve all of them? No. But it gave me clarity to say that these are the things I'm going to do, and these are the timelines I've given myself.
Right.
There was a time I gave myself a timeline to undertake a professional certification. So I had just gotten back from out of maternity leave, and I said, I need to do this. So I went online, attended the class fully online, then I had to take the exams. Believe you me, it took me 2 years before I finally took the exams. But then I held myself accountable, and I had an accountability partner. I had a friend who was an accountant, like, if I need to take this exam, you need to do this. So having that support system also helps. So setting specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound goals helps you. So if you've not written it down, and even the Bible, sometimes I'm a Christian, so it permits me. Even the Bible says, write it down, put it down, right? To have a visual representation of it. And then once you do that, it helps you to, achieve it. Have a personalized development plan. Don't be shy to ask people to mentor you. Yes, there might be times that you'll be turned down, but never be shy. Let me give you another personal example. In my first year as a manager, I got feedback from my managing director then on things I'm doing well and things I'm not doing well. And she actually mentioned it to my line manager. So what I did was I sent her an email to say, thank you for the feedback. I've gotten it. Can you please be my mentor? And she accepted to be my mentor. And it's one of the best mentorship experiences I've ever had. So never, ever shy away from asking people to be your mentor. That's because they have seen it. They have been there. And that's the only way that you can also make sure that you are continuously growing. Always review. Come back and say, I said I'll do this in 2026. How am I doing? What am I not doing well? What are the things I need to put in place to make sure that it happens? So these are some of the ways that, we can ensure that we are not just, developing as a leader, but you're also setting yourself on a path so that 5 years, 10 years from now, you look back and say, it's good I did this. And let me share with you another story. There was a time in my career, I felt as if I was stagnant. So I reached out to someone to personally coach me. I said, you know what? I think there's something that we need to get right. So this person was willing to, coach me. And that's also another element of the humility that I mentioned. So the humility is to say that, you know what? Maybe I need this. How can I get this? Who can help me? And it might involve, putting in a little investment or, doing something small, but all of that helps you to get on the right path.
Wonderful. Okay. Speak some. I can't even talk anymore. Speak some more words. Yeah, we are getting there, but yeah. Speak some more words as we get closer to the 30-minute mark.
Sure. So maybe let me continue. I actually put this together. I spoke about the leading self. So one needs to involve your skills at every level of the development process. And sometimes when people get to some level, they think, oh, I think I'm good. I've reached there. So I don't need to do anything. I don't need to do anything different. I've seen CEOs investing in coaching. I've seen CEOs investing in mentorship. I've seen CEOs investing in their own development. So there's never a time to say that, you know what, I think I'm good. So leading yourself, as I mentioned, leading before you lead yourself, then you can then lead others. And leading others can be through very simple ways. It could be in a work setting, it could be in a church group, it could be in a social setting. That are some of the ways that you can lead others. And once you do that, you can then progress into leading teams. And once opportunities comes, you can then lead organizations. I had a line manager who once told me that when an opportunity comes, the first word you should say is yes. Can you do this? Yes. Before you go and think about how I am going to do it. So Tom-Chris, for example, can you do the Guinness World Records?
Yeah.
400 hours. Yes. And then we think through how you are going to do it. So always say yes to opportunities. And then once you do that, you then step back and say, and ask yourself, how am I going to achieve it? What plans do I need to put in place? Who are the people I need to speak to? And then you realize that the universe and the world just comes together to make it happen. And the example I use in your case came together to make it happen. Yeah. Then also there's also the area around organizational alignment, because of course we don't work in silos. We work in a space. So it's also important that in aligning your career goals, you look at, okay, what are the organizations that are aligned to my career goals? If it's your previous speaker spoke about mining. So if it's in mining, what are the opportunities that are available in mining? If it's in entrepreneurship, what are the opportunities available for me? If it's in technology, what are the opportunities available for me? So then you need to go through that process. And then you also need to take advantage of, as mentioned, projects. Also, the skills of work, the skills that are required in the workplace is changing. Creativity is one of the top skills that's required in the world of work. And data analysis is one of the required skills of work. So the skill innovation, the required skills in work is changing. So how can you develop yourself to make sure that you are continuously aligning to it? LinkedIn Learning is available. Coursera is available.
Ready for Work is available.
Yeah. Oh yes, SFAN, yes, that's available. Yes. So there are lots of opportunities that you can take advantage of. Then also ensuring that you have job satisfaction. It might not always be an easy road. There might be days that you feel as if, am I in the right job? Am I doing things well? But always having that compass or that north to guide you helps. For example, like writing it down and saying that this is what I want to work towards. It ensures that you have clarity, you have purpose, and then it also improves your job satisfaction. It also ensures that, of course, in the space you find yourself in the now, you are performing. Because for an HR person, one of the things that we say before we start talking about promotions, let's start talking about growth. What is your now? What have you done with your now? How are you making things happen in your current space? Then also, leaders facilitate alignment. So by clearly communicating your goals. I've seen people, walk to their managers, walk to MDs and say, I've seen this opportunity in this department. I might not be doing the job now, but I'm interested in it. Can you give me an opportunity for me to just tap into it? And you will be surprised at the answers that you will get. People have gotten totally new careers through just asking, clarity, speaking up and making sure they speak with clarity and say that this is what I want to do. Or people have been moved into, projects that will enhance their skills. So putting your hand up and saying that, and speaking up are also one of the ways that you can ensure your development or your career continuously progresses.
Wonderful. Thank you so very much, Jifa. Final thoughts.
Final thoughts. It's good to do all the talking, but also believe in action and execution. So these are a few tools and resources I can share. I've mentioned SFAN, one of the, and Tom-Chris has been working on this for years. So he's curated this best in class, and I'm doing an advert for you. Best in class.
Yes.
One of the ways to take advantage of all the opportunities that they provide to the youth. There's also online learning management systems. Some are free. Some you just need to pay a stipend for them. But of course, it's about your development. Then there are also a lot of certification programs that are available now. But in identifying the certification programs, do look for the ones that are authentic, and also look for the ones that are global in reach, so that you're not just doing a certification program that will just, and a good certificate to have on your CV, but then when you take it, you show it outside, it really doesn't carry a lot of weight. So one of the things I always encourage people is look for globally recognized certification programs and take advantage of those ones. And then also, even some, we've had a few local ones that are also equally great. So make sure that before you even tap into it, you assess it before you take advantage of some of these programs. Mentorship programs, as mentioned, never be scared to reach out to people. I've had people reaching out to me on LinkedIn. Can you mentor me? I'm sure other executives or other people have also had such opportunities. So when people come to us to mentor them, even if it's just for a few minutes, let's make time for such young talents. And also for young talents as well, please never feel that, oh, maybe they are too busy or anything. Reach out and you'll be surprised at some of the opportunities that can come your way. Coach a lot and give feedback, and give constructive feedback. So feedback not to pull them down, but constructive feedback that will help them to elevate where they are. So these are a few things that I can share with regards to tools and resources when it comes to your development. Also, personal reflection. Stepping back and asking yourself, what are the things I need to do well? Reflection is actually one of the key tenets of leadership. So always taking a moment out to reflect, out of the noise, out of social media, out of everything that's happening, and just getting into a very, very quiet space to just reflect. It really helps. And sometimes even your moments of reflection, you'll be surprised at the ideas and the things that you can even come up with in your moments of reflection. I've spoken a lot of goal setting. I've spoken about mentorship. But at the end of the day, your commitment is the most important. If you are not willing to take the plunge, if you are not willing to take the first step, then all of these just becomes a very good conversation that we've had, and then we leave it as such, because execution is the most important thing. So these are a few tools and resources that I can share.
Awesome. Thank you so very much. And I really enjoyed your presentation. And of course, we hope that we'll continue to collaborate with you in the future. And of course, remember, ready for work.
Yes, definitely ready for work.
Yes.
Ready for work, yes.
Wonderful.
Thank you so much, Tom-Chris. And well done once again on this amazing feat. And congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Giving you a one-woman applause. Really well done.
Thank you so much. All right. Transitioning to in-house, and you'll help me with your name because I did. Felix Appiah. All right. Felix, nice to see you.
Same here, same here.
Wonderful. Would you mind to introduce yourself?
Yes. My name is Felix Appiah, team lead for Trisolis. Trisolis is an entity into agribusiness. We started in 2015. We've been around since and doing quite a lot in the agri space. And currently, we are having a 36-acre land in Ebri, where we're doing commercial rabbit farming on a large scale with FDA approval to do meat processing, basically. So when I've been following you online, and it's quite exhilarating when you are at the back end and then you see. But when I came here, the feeling is different, you know. And I see all the hard work behind the scene is good. So I said, oh, let me be part of this because it's quite interesting, and we are making history right away. So I just wanted to be part of it. And kudos. Excellent. It's not anyone that dreams something and can have the edge to put it on paper and have it happen like you're doing. So excellent work.
Thank you. Thank you. We are coordinated in helping to put Ghana on the map again. Sure. Thank you. Thanks for being part of that journey. All right. You know, this is interesting. I don't think I've heard somebody doing rabbit farming, you know, for the scale that you're mentioning.
Yeah.
So how did you get into this?
Okay. So the first business would even owe you more than this one. we were into snails.
Snails.
So we were one of the largest snail farms in Ghana. Okay. As at all the way from 2015 to 2023, where we're doing about 5.9 million cedis in snail sales alone.
So the boring businesses are where the money is. Eh?
Yes, actually, that's very true. That's very, very true. So it's like people don't really put any numbers to it. They don't really see you as intimidating. They don't really think of you as competition. You are just working side by side, you know, on the sideline, watching them play, and they think they are the big players. But unknowing to them, behind is what people are making, you know, a lot.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
You know, you see this. I've seen that meme several times. You know, the boring businesses are where the money is, and some people think they are controlling the industry, but there are people like you who. Yeah. In your, you know, unassuming jean and t-shirt. And
I'm from the farm, actually. I stay on my farm. I do everything on my farm. So I don't pay rent. I don't pay electricity. I don't pay water. So aside that, my apps are good. You know, my upside, other people are having air conditioning, all that. In Ebri Mountains, there's no air conditioning. I don't even turn on my fan. Yes, it's good air. Good living, basically making impact and money. Yeah,
they've left society behind. Wow. Okay, so let's go back a little bit. So, if you meet, let's say I was one of those young guys that you went to school with when you were still in high school.
Yeah.
Will I reconcile who you were then with who you are today?
No, I've grown faster, actually. Okay. I don't know why, but because of the stress of entrepreneurship earlier, and now I've slowed down, so I'm going to get my youth back. So I've slowed down drastically, but way back, I look almost the same, but just the beard and the white gray hair, you know. Aside that,
what about the intangibles, the smart thinking? Because it takes smart thinking and unconventional approach to, you know, innovation to see this hidden pattern that many people don't even know. I mean, who if you tell somebody, okay, rabbit is where the money is, you say, Mr.
So when I was in school, I was unassuming, like you said, you know, I was the quiet guy, shy guy at the back, you know, watching everything. And then I had an issue with my eye, so now I had to move to the front of the class. And every teacher had to now point at me because I'm just sitting there. That was a good thing. Right. So there's a silver lining to everything. I tell people that when an accident happens, you know, we think of the bad side only. But I am sure that if I had not lost I could see from the back of the board when I was Like when I was back, I could see far. But when I had the accident now, I couldn't see far. I had to now come sit in front. And my parents were poor to buy lens at that time. It was quite expensive. So that forced me to be very innovative. That has helped me be coordinated. We scheduled for 3, but I was here at 1:30 something, and I set up my laptop to work and all that because I didn't want to give excuses, basically, because this is also time-based. So I came early. So I think because of my accident, it made me very coordinated. So I'll come very early in the morning, intentionally push all the chairs from the back, push it forward so that it will get closer to the board. Because still it was a bit far away from the whiteboard that we were writing on that I couldn't see. So I'll come early, push all the chairs, sometimes even fill chairs from other classes to make it look like the whole class is compact and full so that I will sit right in front and write with ease. So I think that coupled with a few other thinking, like I knew teachers would point someone's in there. So I had to read extra. I had to do extra homeworks, had to read ahead. So that made me smart. At first, I was average.
Twice as good.
Exactly. I was average. And then no one talked about me. Then all of a sudden, SHS, right? Senior high school. First year, no, they didn't know me. Second year, we're going for quizzes. This guy is there. Teacher just asks, what's the synonym for this? Antonym, this, that. And they're like, what from this guy? And I was like, wow, that really gave me a reckoning, something, an awakening in me because of the accident by losing my long, sightedness thing. And that was a blessing in disguise, and that gave me everything that I have now I'm using, because I now plan ahead about 2 steps. I do what I call the doomsday planning, where I have 2 plans. Sometimes I even had a 3rd approach, that
anticipating evil.
Everything. And then people are saying I'm a doomsday prophet. No, I said no. Right now, nothing is in our own sort of control. You plan this, but something unforeseen. So we always do. We are one of the companies that do insurance. We even urge the GIZ, the German corporation, to help an entity called Ghana Agric Insurance Pool to set up an agric insurance, because we pushed a lot, because even still we wanted insurance. So we were pushing. We need insurance for. So everything that we've been doing, people say I'm negative, but I say no, I'm proactive. There's a difference between being negative and being carefree and being proactive. Proactiveness is someone has given you money to start work with, right? We have put monies together. And then you say, oh, kumbaya, we've prayed, so everything will be dandy. Then all of a sudden you plant something and then a storm comes to wash everything off. But if you were proactive or negative, as Ghanaians think, right, you would have known that here the gradient is like this. So let's plan ahead. So now instead of not plowing, we plow. Instead of just leaving it, we now create mounds. And now people say, when I'm doing things, I'm too thorough. I'm micro. That's why I have the gray hair. I understand that. I understand that.
Man, I never you deserve to do that. Yeah. Okay, so wow. So high school would have been very good for you because now you are teacher's pet and everybody is recognizing you became popular. So what about uni?
So uni was hard, stressful, and then it got me harder as well. Now, averagely, I sleep like 4 hours a day.
Okay.
I steal some shut eye in the afternoon when I can. I do some naps, then 3 hours the whole day. I'm not fatigued because I've also changed my diet as well.
Okay.
Now I eat only meat because I also realized something. So as entrepreneurs, we also neglect our bodies.
Right.
The thing that makes money for us, we don't. We service our cars, we service our computers and everything, but we don't service us. Exactly. We don't service us, and that's one of the bad things. So my parents, both left and right, were all suffering from diabetes, hypertension, all these blood thing, and then they will have sores here, and then that will limit their quality of life, and they die instant along the line, And then I asked a friend, he's a physician in UK. I asked him, hey man, tell me the truth. So what should a man do like to live longer. And he said, don't eat carbohydrates at all. At all. He says that if you go to the hospital, about 80% of them are diabetics, hypertensives, and people who are coming to check their blood pressure, all that. If you take all those people out, me and you, when we are sick with malaria, we take our own drugs in the house. The hospitals will be empty. Our old folks, grandma, grandpa, have their bags in their armpits all the time, coming to pay for diabetics, insulin, this and that. They are the ones fueling the hospital industry. And he told me the truth. He says, humans were not created to eat carbohydrates or not in large quantities.
Right.
Even if you are having, you don't have the will to do all that, that is only protein, don't eat carbohydrate to some extent. So carbohydrate is fuel for the body, but it's also very toxic for the body. If you are using it right now, you eat right now, we eat maybe potatoes, rice, and we burn it. We go up and down fast, we burn it, it's safe, you're okay. But once it turns into glucose, it's in your body. Now your body has to find a way to either push it out, and now it gives it extra work. If it can't push it out, the body will say, okay, maybe Felix ate a lot of fufu because he thinks tomorrow he will be hungry. So let's store for Felix because we are sure tomorrow he might not eat. So they now put it love handles where, you know, you have sometimes some people's necks here, you know, parts that you don't even anticipate. And your body is storing fat for you because it thinks you might need it later. And you don't use it. Now it keeps on storing. Now it goes, the first part of the places that it stores fat are your intestines. That those gaps all filled up. Now it becomes very hard fat. You have issues breathing. You now have people who are a bit obese doing wheezing, all that because of the fat and everything in the body. So when you said that, I was scared, but I was also thankful that changing my diet, I felt it might change my way of life. Because, you know, Ghanaian boys will always do Sunday fufu. But now I still anticipate, I still go through that same process. Just that when we go, instead of buying 20 CD fufu and 40 CD meat, I now do 60 CD meat, right? All the meat, any type of meat is good meat. You just put it in and you eat everything. Your body will break it down nicely. And I've lost 25 kilos since I started. That is beginning of this year. No exercise. I don't do all the hectic exercise. And I was initially tested for, you know, high blood pressure, this and that. Now, 0. Because glucose or sugar in your blood is the only toxic thing that you intentionally eat into your own body. Right? And then we don't burn it. Now from AC to the car, AC to here to here is, oh, mates, why didn't you leave me there? You send me there. Then you want to alight in front of your house. 0 exercise. Every day we eat 3 times a day. Who told us to eat 3 times a day? It is not humanly good to eat 3 times a day. So we should at least eat once a day. And it saves you a lot of things. Right. So now when we go to buffets and all that, or weddings and all that, people are now lined up because they are going through the carbohydrates. I come to the front. I just take 3 pieces of meat. I come sit down. I finish it, clean my mouth, and I have time to network. They say, "Oh, didn't you eat?" You know, I didn't eat, but I've already eaten, and I'm okay. But someone will go load like rice like that, you know, and put just one small meat on top. When 3 boys are doing eat together, they will buy rice like 100 cedis and buy meat like 20, you know. And that is one aspect that I want to drum home to every person. Carbohydrate is poison. We should refrain from it or eat it in limited quantities. So that is one thing that I think if anyone doesn't pick anything at all, should do that. So I tell people, don't be drastic. You don't change your diet, everything. Just do 1 month, right? Just 1 month. Eat proteins only. You might be hungry at first. And one of the things that the doctor said was that anything that we are addicted to, when we are changing, our body resists it.
Right.
because it is comfort. It provides a whole lot of things for us. So when I stopped eating carbohydrate and my kids are eating rice, then I feel like someone who is on drugs, right? And having a withdrawal symptom. I start sweating. I start looking at their food. I'm like, sometimes when I wasn't strong enough, I was even stealing food, you know, my own food. I go and I steal a few mussels and swallow fast and clean my mouth because I don't want my wife to think that, oh, the guy has fallen. He can do the keto diet that he says he's doing.
So keto diet.
Yes, so diet of protein alone is keto. And our body breaks everything down. So now what your body does is that it now goes to look for fat and burns it as energy. So it starts burning all those things as energy, and it gives you ketones, which are better energy source than glucose. So ketones now provide you excellent. You think smarter, you are sharper. Now, when I enter some places, I become like the US Marine type. You know, they are looking and weighing everybody and seeing who is a threat and whatever. I'm like, why am I now, you know, thinking all that? But I now realize that I'm as sharp as when I was like in SS or uni. And that is good for everybody.
Wow.
Yeah, that is good.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
Oh man. I wish we could continue, but unfortunately we have to take a pause because there are other schedules. But I promise you something. We're going to have another session.
Awesome.
Because obviously you've done experiments by yourself and you have proven concept that work, you know? Yes. And I like that. I like that, man. Thank you. Thanks for your time. Really
Thank you as well.
So give me a few moments to pull in the virtual audience.
Okay. Thank you.
Just 1 second so I can transition to them for seamless. All right. While we wait for him to fix his things and get it together, would you want to say some final comments?
Okay. I like your initial speaker before I came. You know, she was also advocating for the youth to get closer to people and then ask for mentorship. That is key. We, for instance, we provide free training on anything agric. So when you come on site, there's a place you can stay a day or two, free accommodation. We don't provide food, unfortunately. So you can come and then study anything from snail farming, vegetables, to rabbits, to ducks, to piggery, anything at all that you want to learn. And if you want to start a farm, we can also guide you, consultation free, to also do anything agric at the comfort of your home. And we also have a platform actually that teaches people anything agric at the comfort of their homes. It's called agricgate.farm. So anyone at all can just log into their phone, www.agricgate.farm, and then start learning at the comfort of their home anything agric. So they can just learn from snail farming, mushroom, beekeeping, everything at all, and then become an expert. And if they need anyone to help them start, we'll also be happy to help them start as well. And anytime at all, they can call or search TriSolace. They can call on us. We'll be happy to help the youth, anybody at all, any agric enthusiast, or anybody that is ready to start agric. And mind you, agric is one of the spaces that has very little competition, because no one is going into a competition with you. It's not like network where they say, oh, they need to get 50% of the people. No, everybody eats and we have to change our diet. So if you're growing pepper, I don't have to compete with you. There's a lot more people. And Ghana is not self-sufficient. We can't feed ourselves. So we are overly reliant on other people. So the more we grow in Ghana, the better we can feed ourselves. And we should target things that we can do in our environment that do not make noise or smell, like snails, like rabbit farming. So rabbit farming, for instance, is very lucrative because if you look at your environment, out of the 10 weeds you find in your house, rabbit eats about 8 of them. So meaning that if you are diligent, you can choose not to feed them with feed that you buy, but you rather feed them with everything you find in your environment, and that is lucrative. And currently we are buying back. So when we set you up, we buy back as well because we have FDA approval to package rabbit into ready-to-eat meat. And we are one of the only companies doing that. So very soon you'll see rabbit in your supermarket. You can now order for full rabbit, just like you can order for full poultry, and then cut it up nicely and put it in your soup and sauces and eat, which is an interesting concept, you know, in Ghana. And that will give us variety in terms of our protein sources. So you can now eat rabbit, and then you can eat other sources as well. So yeah, that's what basically I will ask the young people and every agric enthusiast to do.
Okay. Atu is still not in.
Okay.
If I start asking the questions I wanted to ask you now, I don't know if. Okay. I have a huge resource in front of me. I just let me give the audience as much as I can.
Okay. Sure.
So, if I want to set up the farm now, how does it work?
Okay, so the good thing is we are an outgrower ourselves. What we do is that we give optics to people.
Okay.
So we aggregate as well. So if you want to start, we have cages available. You buy the cages. We give you free trainings. We give you rabbits. We give you every other thing, their medication, everything you need to take care of the rabbits. We give it to you at a cost. And then you only have to take care of the rabbits. The good thing with rabbits is that every year, one rabbit can give you about 25 young ones. One rabbit.
Wow.
Every 2 months, rabbit give birth. Every 2 months.
How much does acquiring one? How much does it?
300 cedis for one rabbit, matured. And one rabbit can give you up to 4,000 Ghana cedis a year.
Wow.
For one rabbit, because we buy back at 200 cedis. Yes, we buy back at 200 cedis, not the mother rabbits, the young ones it has produced. And like I told you, every 2 months. So one rabbit can give birth 5 times in a year.
But what does it eat?
At most. So when you go to your backyard, you see the weeds there that you pay people to weed or you spray. Out of 10 of them, rabbit eat 8.
But what about people that live in places where there are no weeds?
Excellent. We have systems like things we call Azola ponds, which are like the portable swimming pools that we buy. We can set you up with something as short as this, put soil in there, put water in there, and you can grow something called Azola, with just water to feed your animals. And we also give you hay. So we sell the hay in sacks. So you can come and get hay as little as 20 cedis per bag, and then feed them for as long as you want. So if you don't have access to feed, then you have to create either the Azola or other forms of feed for your rabbits.
Something came to my mind, while we were saying this. Does the grazing, the animal grazing, does it happen here? The animal grazing? Because back in Nigeria, there is this tribe called the Fulani.
The Fulani, yes. There's a lot of fights around.
Yeah,
quarrels
so what
because
about
of that.
Somebody would have packaged these hays that you're talking about and be selling it to them.
Yes,
that's a
big business.
Yeah, and
you can even just help them grow the grass themselves, because the grass that we grow, which is one is called brachiria, the other one is called alfalfa. They are like normal grass, but they are softer. They have more nutrients than the one you see on our roads, basically. And that one, you can help them grow by selling them the seeds or by selling them the whole stems for them to grow by themselves. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. To be continued, huh?
Definitely.
Thank you, my
definitely.
man.
And
Thank you.
all the best.
Thanks.
Keep the fire burning. We are behind 24/7. We are watching. Have a wonderful day.
Yeah, so.
Okay. Bye.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Atsu. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good to finally connect. I mean, on the call.
How are things going? Well done, Morgan, Charlie.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
This is awesome.
Thanks a lot. Thank you. Well appreciated. Okay. Please introduce yourself to the global audience, and we'll start from there.
Okay. So normally I say that my name is Atu Olzenapia. I am from Elminda. I grew up in Kumasi. I live in Accra. I care a lot about Ghana and I love Africa. I am a social entrepreneur and manager, digital influencer. And I've been doing this for decades. And it's exciting to be with you, Tom-Chris, and SFAN to talk about how we can continue to help empower young people in our cultural neighborhoods and beyond, so we can have a much better country.
Wonderful, wonderful. And yeah, you know, when I began my career in this journey, helping young people to unlock their potential, I remember you were one of the people that inspired me, you know, with the work you do. So kudos to you as well. You've done a great work. You've invited, you know, your organization has invited me to mentor and train as well. So it's my privilege to welcome you to this global record making, to collaborate with us to put Ghana on the map.
Yes, it's really exciting to be part of this. I think you have a great lineup of people that you've been interviewing who are all doing great things. And, you know, it's just important that all our work goes to count towards us having much better circles, centers, communities, cities, and countries. Yeah, wonderful. So from all of us at the Ghana Think Foundation, we're excited to be here.
Wonderful. So the topic is building a critical mass of great young people. So how do we get it done?
So this is the kind of work that Ghana Think has been doing for many years. So for Ghana Think, our mission is to mobilize and organize talent for the primary benefit of Ghana and beyond. We've been operating since 2004, 2005. Up until 2009, most of the work we were doing was virtual, online. And a lot of the people who were involved were Ghanaians abroad, including myself. I was based in the US. But since 2009, a lot of our work has been based in Ghana, and, you know, some work outside the country. So we are working on this mission because we are trying to build a critical mass of young people who are patriotic, passionate, positive, proactive, progressive, and productive. And our belief is that if we're able to get a critical mass of people like this from Ghana, we'll be able to change the country forever. Critical mass, sometimes people ask us what number is that. So we are looking about 2.33 million young Ghanaians. It's about 25% of the youthful population in Ghana over the last number of years that we've been working. So the way that we do this is to run programs in networking and mentoring, volunteering and training for young people in Ghana. So through these programs, we are helping young people become the 6 Ps that I talked about. So, this is through our Barcamp Ghana program, which you have been a part of, where we target 18 to 35-year-olds, mostly, in building a network of change makers, doers, and entrepreneurs. We've also been targeting some young people who are younger through our Junior Camp Ghana program, high school students, providing value to them. Since 2013, which is the same year we started the Junior Camp Ghana program, we've been running the Ghana Volunteer Program, where we match volunteers to volunteer opportunities. So we want to see more people volunteer in Ghana and our various cultural neighborhoods around the continent. So we encourage people to volunteer, let them know the benefits, and also get them opportunities to volunteer, because that's extremely important. Due to our network, a lot of organizations in our network, like to volunteer or create volunteer opportunities, so we match them to volunteers. And then since 2017, we've been running our ComSeco program, where we've been training young people to become social entrepreneurs, because we want to see more young people run social enterprises instead of NGOs, for instance. And we've also trained over 1,400 people in digital skills. So this is what we've been doing to build the critical mass.
Excellent. Wonderful. You've done some incredible work. So looking forward, what's the future like?
Okay, so, since we started doing this work, and I was just telling somebody yesterday, one of our Ghana Think members in the diaspora is based in the UK, that we have indirectly built a critical mass. Well, it's not a critical mass yet, but the numbers that we can look at is less than 400,000 people through the work that we've done. So directly and indirectly. Directly, we've had, at the end of this year, we'd have had more than 27,000 people come to bar camps. We have, big numbers from the junior camp program. We have communities that we run all around the country, and also around the continent, which I'll get into later. So we are trying to get to more than 2 million. So what has become important for us to do is to try and strategize and scale this better. So we are looking to do more virtual mentoring, for instance. We are looking to, we've done, during COVID, due to the new normal at the time, we had to do a lot of virtual events. So we had a couple of virtual bar camps, a couple of virtual connect meetups. So we're going to scale those as well to be able to reach more people. So I think that's kind of like the next steps for us. Because there's only a finite number of people that you can have in a bar camp. The good thing is that since COVID, we've doubled our numbers. This year we had over 400 people each in Bar Camp War and Bar Camp Sunyani, for instance. So we want to try and do some more things virtually. And we've also been working with different organizations to run similar events. We've had bar camps in Adan, Somenya, Agunan Kwanta, Ashesi University, UPSA, Kintampo, etc. So these are some of the things that we are doing as next steps.
Impressive. As you will remember, you would have seen, one of the reasons why we are hosting this event is to launch our Ready for Work platform. So if it's going to be of any supplementary or central role in helping those young people that you mentor and coach find work, that will be really exciting to see how we can partner for it as well.
Yeah, for us, we don't feel like we're in competition with anyone. Because what we are trying to do is to basically change the country and, make things better for everyone. So we have lots of partnerships.
Yeah.
And I think our bar camps provide pipeline for several partners and several people in the ecosystem that are doing training, that are doing youth empowerment, education, school, etc. So definitely, I think, one of the things I tell my team members is, if we're not sending enough opportunities to our network, we are not doing a good job. We don't have the bandwidth to help people kind of leverage opportunities. Say, like, we don't have the bandwidth to help people apply for seed funding or help people go through a training program. Not currently. Maybe that's something that we might do in the future. But especially for our COMSECO program, we look at it as, even though we are training young people in digital skills, we are looking at a certain stage at which they get trained, because we are mindful that there are so many other organizations in our ecosystem that are also training people to do digital skills. So we see ourselves more as a beginner level, whereby, or let's say beginner and intermediate, so that when we train them, then they can go into programs run by ALX Ghana, for instance, which partnered us for Barcam Tema, and Generation Ghana, which we also done some work with last year. So yeah, definitely we're really excited to share the Ready for Work program with our network, for those who feel that's the stage that they are at, to join and benefit from, so that we can have, much better communities and cities in the country, like I mentioned.
Absolutely, yeah. I'll be happy to. You know what? I know sometimes you have a lot to do. I can understand that your schedule is full. So let me just quickly, now that I have your attention, show you what Ready for Work is, so that I can give you, concise information on how to, structure us in your agenda. Yeah. So let me play this little.
Africa's graduates face the same cycle every year. Over 12 million leave school, but only a fraction land jobs within months. It's not about talent, it's about workforce readiness. Too often, skills aren't market ready, and finding the right opportunity feels like searching in the dark. Ready for Work V4 changes that. This isn't another place to scroll for jobs or watch tutorials. It's where proof replaces guesswork, skills meet opportunity, and potential becomes realized. Learn in-demand digital skills and build employer-validated portfolios. Get a talent intelligence profile, complete with your job readiness score, resilience metrics, and job placement probability. Use Career Pilot, our custom AI job search map, to see your talent DNA, best fit roles, and how to get hired faster. Connect with coaches and employers directly before you even hit apply. For job seekers, employers, and organizations shaping Africa's future, Ready for Work V4 is your AI-powered operating system for human capital development. Learn more at www.readyforwork.africa.
Yeah. So this is great. And my initial thoughts about this is the idea of competence. So I've always maintained that, unemployment is an issue. I did some work, I did some consulting for the World Bank in 2015, 2016. And we were basically looking at how young people in Ghana get trained for jobs, both in the public sector and the private sector. And the unemployment numbers, are quite huge. But I think a bigger problem that we face in Ghana and probably across the continent is that we have a lack of competent young people looking for jobs. So I think what we really need to work on and solve is to build the competence of young people.
Yeah.
Because we can't have cases in 2025 where business people, and not just, I'm even talking here about African-owned businesses, right? So African-owned businesses are trying to look for good people to hire, and then they are struggling to find good people.
Absolutely, yeah.
Or they find good people, and then they have to let them go after 2 months, after 6 months, because they are not good enough. I think that's a bigger problem that we need to solve.
Yeah.
Apart from people not finding, jobs to get into. So I think this program would be very useful for that. For us at Ghana for our COMSECO program, that's something that we've been thinking about a lot as well. So how can we help people become more valuable. So for instance, when we're running our program around the Daring to Shift project by Digital Opportunity Trust a couple of years ago, we were focusing a lot on how people could build digital skills so that they could become more valuable for themselves, for their companies, organizations that they work for, organizations that they own. So yeah, I mean, let's continue to build the competency of young people so that we can have a much better country and continent.
Wonderful. Okay, so we still have 17 minutes, I think. What else do you want to share?
Well, I think, yeah, so maybe let me talk a little bit about what we've been doing outside Ghana. So we had our first bar camp in 2008 in December. At the time, I was in Stanford. I was in California in the US. And I think that October, myself and then two other Ghana Think co-founders, Pakusi Mbia and then Henry Bano, we had heard about bar camps and we wanted to organize the first one in Ghana. I think at the time, bar camps had happened in Kenya, Mauritius, probably South Africa. And there was a bar camp Africa being organized at the Googleplex, the Google headquarters in Mountain View in California. So we're like, oh, we have to go and attend, you know, this event and learn about it before we organize the one in Ghana. Bar Camp Africa 2008 is easily one of the top 3 events I've ever been to in my life. And for me, I had spent 8 years in the US at that point due to school, been at MIT, been at Stanford, etc. And I'd been to events like the Harvard HBS Africa Business Conference. We had organized a similar event at Stanford when I got there. And, you know, so events that talk about Africa, bring people together to network, etc. And Bar Camp Africa for me was really great because most events you go and you attend, you go and listen to people speak. If you are lucky, you get to ask a couple of questions. Bar Camp Africa was a participatory event. Like you could come and participate, you could come and speak, you could come and contribute. And then people just came wearing t-shirts. It wasn't like an uptight, people wearing suits type of conference. So we just liked that idea. It was a very open environment, ad hoc environment, user-generated, and we decided to organize the first one in Ghana, and the rest is history. We've organized more than 130 bar camps since 2008 all over the country. In July 2009, we organized a bar camp targeting young Ghanaians in the US. It happened at the Johns Hopkins Science School in Washington, D.C. And then in 2010, we did another one. This time, we focused a bit more on people who were interested in Africa. So we had a lot less Ghanaians, for instance, more white people, etc. Yeah, so, I mean, even though we focus on Ghana, we have a lot of people around the continent have learned from the things that we do. There have been other bar camps in Togo, Cameroon, Senegal, Nigeria, Abidjan, different places. So we built our 2010 event into something called Diaspora Camp. So basically, what Diaspora Camp does now is to connect Africans everywhere. So people in the diaspora with people back home so that we can all work together for ourselves and then for our communities, our cities, our countries, so we started, we've had some, you know, Diaspora Camp online, virtual, like hangouts and forums. But since COVID, we have been focusing a lot more on communities, just like we do in Ghana. So we have our connect groups in 31 locations in Ghana. And we also have some connect groups outside Ghana. So we started with, so in Africa, we have Lagos, we have Monrovia, Freetown, Kigali, Johannesburg, Nairobi, I think these are the connect groups that we have on the continent. And basically, these are groups to bring together people who live in those areas, but people who are also interested in those areas and are from there. So for instance, for Nairobi Connect, we have a lot of Kenyans who live abroad, who are part of Nairobi Connect, because they want to connect with people back home and, you know, network and work together on different things. And then outside the continent, we also have connect groups. So in the US, for instance, we have NYC, DMV, which is DC, Maryland, Virginia, New England, which covers, you know, Massachusetts, Connecticut, those areas. We have Bay Area, which covers the northern part of California. We have Chicago, which covers Illinois, Minnesota, Milwaukee, Indiana. We have Texas Connect, which covers, you know, most of Texas as well. So, and then around the world, we have London, we have Berlin, we have Beijing, we have Melbourne, also as connect groups. So especially the connect groups outside the continent are more for people who are interested in Africa, who are based in those areas. So for instance, Berlin Connect is not just for people in Berlin, it's for people all over Germany. We have some people based in Paris and Amsterdam and other places, Switzerland also in there. So it's to bring together people who are interested in Africa, who are around that area. And then also to ensure the networking and to ensure that we can get towards action. We also have a few Africans who don't live in Berlin or Germany, who are parts of the group so that they can engage people there to help them do things on the continent. So these are a number of things that we've been doing through our Diaspora Camp project. It's not quite a program yet. And we've also started having meetups. So we've had some meetups in DC. More meetups are coming up around the world as well. So just to connect Africans everywhere and see how we can work together, especially to build great businesses that would work for us. So, because for instance, I mean, even now, it's still very difficult to raise a lot of funds for startups and businesses on the continent. A lot of businesses still have to raise big ticket amounts in the US, in the UK. So why can't we have Africans based in the US and the UK work on more businesses with people based on the continent to be able to raise money in the diaspora and then leverage it to operate on the continent? So that's kind of like one of our big ideas for Diaspora Camp, and we are working towards.
Wonderful. Okay, still have a few minutes, so if you want to give a final comment, call to action. But yeah, congratulations, by the way, on all the incredible nation building work you're doing. As you know, I'm always happy to see how we can collaborate to see young people unlocking their potential. I believe that young people are smart. I think that's the premise of your work as well. I believe that young people are smart. If we can give them the skills, the opportunities, and the network to engage the real world, I believe the magic will happen. You know, that's Patrick Ewua's operating principle. He echoed a part of that statement, and yeah. So if you have something else that you need people to plug into,
So what you said just made me think about, I think over the last number of years, we've had different cases where, especially politicians in Africa, who are not great, by the way, I mean, bad politicians in most cases, mentioning that Africa's youth are lazy. And for me, it's very unfortunate when people make that statement. So, I mean, a lot of people get angry when politicians make that statement. But I think the reason why some politicians will make that statement is because they don't know enough smart, hardworking young Africans. And I think that really needs to change.
Absolutely, yeah.
So around the table, you know, for all of us who are involved in this kind of work, we have to help more people understand that there are lots of great Africans out there, young Africans out there. For me, even for more than 20 years now, I don't like to call the young people future leaders. because there are so many ways that young Africans lead today. Even before the year 2000, young Africans were leading in entertainment, right? Like they were doing better entertainment than most of the older people. So there are so many ways that we are leading. We are leading in entertainment, we are leading in the arts, we are leading in tech, we are leading in innovation. So we have to see ourselves leading more.
Yeah.
And for us as young people, we have to amplify the work that we are doing so that more young people are around us, that some politicians might call lazy, gets to realize what we are doing. And then it snowballs into, the duty bearers and the authorities who normally make a lot of decisions that affect us around African countries. So we have the power of social media, and I think we should just do a lot more to amplify the work that we do.
Yeah.
And we also have to support more made in Africa goods and services. For instance, I have decided that for the most part, even in Accra, like I'm only going to really buy from restaurants that are Ghanaian owned. So we have to intentionally support our businesses to grow. And it's nothing against maybe foreigners who work within our countries. It's just to ensure that we have much better businesses so we can have more people in dignified work, to borrow something that MasterCard Foundation has been using a lot. Because when that happens, then we can have a lot of people who have more disposable income and then can buy more into services that both local and foreign-owned businesses operate in our countries. Because I think one of our biggest issues is our addressable markets are just too small, right? If someone comes up with a great product or a great service, a lot of the times their total addressable market is, the serviceable obtainable market is too small because you just don't have that many people who have disposable income who can afford. Right? So if we don't get to the point where we are helping each other to succeed so that we can all have money to patronize the different products that we are working on, we are still going to, be complaining about different things happening on the continent for a lot of time to come. So these are some of the things that we can do. For Ghana, I think we've been working on this project with a clean air fund called Clean Air Ghana. And our tagline is be part of the solution, not the pollution. So similarly, we have to be part of the solution and less part of the problems. These are things that we need to see and to do so that we can have, much better livelihoods, much better lives, much better countries. So more of it to all of us as we work on that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. For the most part of the last 3 years, I've been intentionally teaching myself the mindset of abundance, and I've been teaching everybody, my team and everybody around me, the mindset of abundance, because I believe there is more than enough for everybody. I believe that if I operate from abundance, then nothing I will ever need in this life I cannot get. If you require people, there's abundance of people on the planet to help me, to support me. There's abundance of people to ensure that all my visions can be effectuated, And that's one of the reasons we extend these partnership opportunities to organizations that are also mission aligned to, collaborate with us in any way they see our work, making theirs faster or more impactful to, support young people who are entering the job market for the first time. As you rightly said, that's where bulk of the issue is. We target 16 to 35-year-olds, which is also in the bracket of where you work. So I'm always happy to collaborate, share my 2 cents, and I thank you again for joining me in this mission. And by the way, it has grown beyond joining me; it's joining us. The community rallied together to push us to the finish line, and I'm so happy about it.
Awesome, Chai. More of them, as we say in Ghana, and so keep it up. It's exciting to see a lot of the people who've been interviewed and the work that they are doing. I mean, I think there's always room to collaborate more. I think especially once we understand the strengths that, are different, we have as individuals and as organizations and as communities. So let's all work towards making Africa what we want it to be. I remember in 2009 when Obama visited Ghana for the first time, he said, Africa's future is up to Africans. And I've always been saying that we are the ones we are waiting for. So we should stop, we should do less complaining and do more. And as we say at the Ghana Think Foundation, let's talk, more action, more than to that.
Wonderful. Thanks, my man.
Yeah. You're welcome. Take care.
All right. MC Adakwa, are you ready?
Hi, I'm here.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay, is it visible enough? Give me a second. Just getting myself ready. I had to do a bit of a transit. So.
No worries.
Okay.
All right. So we've seen you in different contexts today. That's good. You're blessing us with all your fashion intelligence and fashion sensibility.
You're so funny. You sound a lot more upbeat right now. How are you doing?
Oh, well, we've crossed 100 hours, so I am so awake.
I am so happy for you. How is everything? Forgive me, I'm in the car. I tried to get the background so that you don't have to deal with the car, but
no worries.
It is what it is. We're having to move about and just, get things done. But no, congratulations, 100 hours.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Good. So how is it going? Everything going well?
Yes, wonderful as always. So I figured we could, since you didn't use all your time because we had back to back, I thought we should bring you back to shipping some of those thoughts you wanted to say before we had to cut into another person.
It's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay. I went back onto the recording and I saw the I got a few of my loved ones joining, and I saw in the comments the positive feedback, which was very sweet. So I was like, yeah, that's very nice. It was very uplifting. So I didn't mind coming back for that.
Wonderful. All right. Speak more words. What do you want your audience to hear?
So, Chris, after this morning, what did I say that maybe intrigued you? Let me say, what intrigued you? Well,
I like the fact that you understand how to communicate to the people listening to you. I must confess, I was so occupied pulling in the other speakers. So, but what I heard from my notes, is you are trying to get people to understand how to manage stress, pressure, and recalibrate their psyche. So I thought, I thought it might be useful to recenter on that before we, move into the next schedule.
Okay, thank you for that then. So you got that right. It's more about, I guess, our well-being and taking care of ourselves. And as humans, we're mind, body, and soul. We're not just one part. We're everything. We're all encompassing. So we sometimes would focus so much on one and ignore the other. You'd have, say, bodybuilders who focus on the weightlifting and the physical health, and they forget they need to add in, proper diet. And you'd have, and it's ironic, sometimes you'd have even nurses who take care of other people and they don't add a proper diet. They're just thinking, okay, medication for things. Like, sometimes they're so busy giving yourself out to other people that you don't understand what you need as an individual. And I think being a big advocate for just creating a balance, you might have a life that doesn't balance. And trust me, I know what I'm talking about. My life is so packed with so much. If you know what my day has been today, but I think creating that balance where you're loving yourself, right? So knowing your worth and loving yourself is powerful. That allows you to put your own oxygen mask on first, and that's what I strongly believe in. And of course, like I mentioned, my network, the She Won Women's Wellness Network, and the whole space, the whole platform is to create a space where women literally stop and put on their oxygen mask. When you're in the plane, there's a narrative when they're doing the safety instructions, and they say, if there's any issue, and like, I'm paraphrasing very terribly, but if there's any concern, if there's any issue, and there's a drop in the oxygen pressure, the oxygen mask is going to drop, and make sure you put your own oxygen mask on first before you help a child or anyone who's with you. And it's so funny. I remember my recent trip, I was actually with my mum.
Yeah.
Not my most recent one, but the one before. So we went to Spain, and my mum is a nurse, and I've seen her work hard her whole life and give. And I'm like, okay, but what are you doing for yourself? Have you had a chance to travel? And that was the case. It hadn't been so I said, okay, let's go on a trip. We went to Spain. And when they were talking about, the whole safety instructions, I looked at her and I was like, oh, did you hear that? So it was all about, can you learn to say, let me breathe first? Not because you're being selfish, but because if in the plane something like that happens and you try and put the oxygen mask on your child, and as a mother, your natural instinct would be to actually go and support the child, you will both lose oxygen, because you will be losing oxygen as the seconds tick, and eventually you get so like out of it or dizzy that you can't actually help the child. And so I think it was very important to emphasize the need for that. And as I mentioned, it involves every part of you, your mind, body, and soul. What are you doing to nourish your soul? With me, my faith is a big part of me. There are other things that you can do not necessarily out of your faith. If you do not have a faith, it's a different thing, because I know you have a wide audience, but there are avenues to channel your soul, to actually activate your soul. For me, I love Christian meditation. Like, I'll put it on and I will be off to sleep. It's so relaxing for my soul, and that's something that I would always advocate for, like, the people I come in contact with, the women I work with, and also, like, to the extent of any charities that I come to work with. And I think, yeah, that is very important. Finding something that your soul will feel settled to, or settled with, is very important. You need to, take care of your mind, body, and soul. So you're doing things about your physique, you're doing things for your soul, like your spirituality, your faith, but what are you doing for your mind? And our mental health is a lot, it's powerful. You'd be surprised how something can be going on in our mind and it can affect our body. You can be going through stress, and because there's a stress hormone in us that is being released, you end up releasing certain toxins into your bodies that you don't even realize that you're doing. And I think it's very important to give your mind that focus that it needs, that time. And I know it's such a taboo talking about mental health within our African context, but recently, World Mental Health Day happened last 2 weeks or so. And I did a short video, and I was talking about the importance of loving yourself and giving yourself that break that your mind needs. It's usually go, 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 go. But I think finding the time to say, I need to care for my mind, it transcends a lot. But because we shy away from the word mental health, we think, we hear it as a bad thing. It's not. It's the first priority that you need to give yourself, because once your head is clear, everything else just falls in place. And it aligns with your physical health as well, and it aligns with your spiritual health. And so, that is very important to me. And I think doing that enhances your overall well-being. And I hope I hope our audience, would learn to say, let me prioritize these things, these three main things, but let me note them down. Where am I lacking? What can I do to help? And it could be your finances that needs to be sorted out. It could be finances that you need to look into and say, okay, what am I going to do to clear my mind of maybe this financial burden I have? Once you learn to prioritize that, it comes very easy for you. And eventually you get to thrive in your holistic well-being. So, Chris, what do you do to take care of your mind, your body, and your soul? Maybe you could share that. I know I'm not the interviewer, but then maybe you could share something.
I always like to sit back and soak in the inspiration from smart and intelligent people like you. What I do a number of things. First, prayers are important to me. Your spiritual life, as you mentioned, is my primal crystal, if you may, Avengers Unite. So I do a lot of prayers. Like, I really, really pray. I pray, and I think if my younger self is here and we are discussing this topic, he will tell you some of the things that, we're like this Guinness World Record, for example, is a result of prayers that was, we said in private. So the first is the spiritual life, because man is a spirit. Of course, I try to read a lot. I don't read as much as I want to because of schedules and things, but I really do read. Because in our knowledge economy, how you consume the kind of information you consume and the quality of information. So I read across different domains, not as much books, but blogs, posts, compress. So I try to continue accelerating my intelligence, but the most important, aside from my spiritual life, would be operationalizing the goal that the company has set. So I try to maximize our collectivism, and it's important to me that we have our value that as one person you can do a lot, but as a team you can do so much more. So I'm always trying to see how I can maximize each one person's input to make it even more impactful. So in times of pressure, in times of struggle that every entrepreneur go through, every individual go through, I remember that there are people who are running with me in sync. So that's what I do.
Oh, wow. No, I think I resonate with that. Not too much the reading, because I think so. My undergraduate was in law, and I think as soon as I finished my last dissertation, I threw my books away and I said, I'm not reading again, because I think it comes with so much reading that I got put off a bit. But then of course now I've gone back into academia, so that has started again. But it's definitely one thing I really invested in my two children. My children would be so as part of me, what I do as well to support, as much as my schedules are very busy, I will find, even if it's an hour, to I've been going to the gym. So I do aqua aerobics, so aerobics in the water. And on a Wednesday night, I don't have childcare, and I'll get my daughters fed, clothed, showered, and ready for them, for bed. And we'll get in the car, we'll go. I could see them in the gallery and I'm in the water and they're just looking at me like dancing away. And one lady came to me when we finished and she said, "Oh, you've trained them very well." And I was like, "Oh, really? Why?" And she's like, "I can see them sitting there reading a book. They're not on their tablets and things like that." And I was like, "Oh, yeah, I'll try." So I had a practice where every time I'd go to the supermarket, I'll buy a book. So I'll add it to my supermarket cost. So it didn't feel like I was spending such a heavy load on going to buy like a lot of books, you know? So every time they got a new book and they got so interested in that. So that is something I really developed in them and worked at it. And so they read for fun. They will fight over books, which is so amazing. Of course, though, if they find their tablet, if they find it, they'll fight over it. But I think that's such a powerful thing to do, to invest in like reading. I found that as I'm growing, I'm struggling to like, because there's so much information in my head, I'm struggling to read as easily as I want to. So what I am doing is using technology to my advantage. And as much as I didn't come here to talk about technology, I love advances in technology. I love what it can do for us. So I use like read aloud. So I'll read my Bible and I'll use read aloud and it'll just, you know, it'll read it all for me and I'll be looking at the words. So I easily follow. So that's what I've been doing, little things like that to, I guess, like, you know, catch up on reading. But I think that's such a powerful thing, especially if you find some solace in like stories, like it could be fictional, it could be like, you know, Christian romance, it could be anything. You need to find that niche. And I think that's what it talks about, even in terms of like our physique. So I like that you talked about even reading, because I didn't touch on that so much because it wasn't so much a thing for me. But it is a physical activity that you can find, you can do that can benefit you as a person. You don't have to be well off. And I think that's where we find that we don't do much for ourselves. You don't have to be well off. You don't have to have a lot of time. With me today, if I tell you the things that I have done within the space of this last, I don't know, a few hours, it's a lot. But I will still make time for the things that matter to me, as well as the things that matter to the people around me. So you can always be like, "Oh, I'm so busy. But I think there's that element of, yeah, you're busy, but how are you taking care of you, you know? And I'm glad you pray a lot. That's actually very powerful to hear. And I'm glad that you have your reason, and I'm glad that, you know, you are finding your niche. So in terms of like your mind, right? What do you do to make sure that the stress of, you know, your business is not getting to you so much? Like, how do you, yeah, you pray, but like, I'm talking about like the physical mind, right? So one thing I know is I think I mentioned earlier this morning, I had a time where I went through a depression, and I've always had God. God is my, I just can't do anything without God. But I was still depressed. Do you understand? That's one thing that kept me like alive and going. Because then I'm like, I know you have a bigger purpose for me. So, you know, we're going to figure this day out. But it took steps to actually talk about things that was affecting me and affecting my mind.
Yeah.
And, you know, the Bible talks about mindset and everything. So, you know, it is important. The word of God knows about it. So what do you do to help with your mindset? Maybe you can share that with us and your audience as well.
Well, you know, I'm more excited because everything I will share are probably things that you already do. So I think it will be more useful to glean insights from you.
Inside me, okay.
Glean insights from you.
So,
and you have lots of people on social media that you seem to be popular with younger folks. Yeah. They like your sense of fashion. They like your communication.
A wonderful team that really help, and I have a wonderful family and friends, I guess, who come in to support.
Right.
So I think that's it. I think I do appreciate them because this morning, honestly, when I went back into the videos, I was like, oh my gosh, this person was watching this person. And I got a lot of people sending messages in the background,
Yeah.
you know, like wishing me well and stuff. So that was very nice. So yes, let me just do this.
Okay, so we have 3 minutes more, so
No worries. So yeah, I think I think we need to just prioritize who we are, who we are. Just know who you are, right?
Yeah.
And learn to carve your niche. It could be reading, it could be meditation, it could be skipping, it could literally be walking in the rain. It's as naive and as simple as that. But I think carve your niche, take care of yourself, put your oxygen mask on first. And if you need any support, you need a network of women to support you. If you need a network of men, we are embarking on that because we need men to cry a bit more. Maybe not now.
I see what you did there.
Men to show them emotions. So you reach out to MC Adafa. We are on Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, TikTok, and on all the main social platforms and on WhatsApp as well. You get our WhatsApp details by our social media, like, LinkedIn and Instagram. And we're always here to support. We come together and, we build a brighter future. So that's it.
Wonderful. Elijah will be joining in the moment. I saw him a moment ago, but if you wouldn't mind, please give me a few moments to
no worries, no problem at all. I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm here.
Okay.
You're doing a good job, and as I said, your energy has really come back up again.
Yes.
Good.
Yes.
What did you guys do? What did your team do for you? I saw you at the beginning, and oh my gosh, your energy was there.
Yeah.
And it looks like it's coming back. So well done.
Morning time, you go high. Well, I'm usually a night owl, so in the morning I need to pull myself up.
Bless you.
All right. So much gratitude to you, MC Adakwa. Yeah. Thank you for blessing us with your wisdom, your insights, and your presence. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Always a pleasure. I appreciate you calling me back. But thank you.
Cheers.
Have a lovely day.
Hi, Elijah.
Hi, Tom-Chris. Good afternoon and congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You're dressed like you're in the field.
Of course, I'm far away in Achimagogo. We are implementing some projects for feeding aged people.
Wow.
But I can't be left out of such an amazing job you are doing. I'm grateful for the opportunity.
Thank you. All right. Would you mind to introduce yourself?
Sure. Thank you very much. And thank you to all who have been supporting this great platform. My name is Chef Elijah Amuado. I'm the founder and executive director of Food for All Africa. Food for All Africa operates West Africa's first and largest food support center in Ghana. We basically work with businesses within the food supply chain to ensure that excess food within our supply chain does not go to waste, contributing to methane gas emission and then climate, but rather we connect it through various programs to support those with low purchasing power. And I'm also the co-founder of Okunkom Biodigital Investment Limited. Thank you.
Wonderful. The other time when we met at the SFAN event, I was like, there are very few people that understand the topic of food wastage when it comes to the packaged and distributed and things, because there are very few people that understand it more than you, because you've dedicated a
a good part of your life in working in that space, helping the hungry, to eat and distributing to those that have not. So I thought it would be interesting for, when I send you the invite, I thought it would be interesting to discuss some of those achievements. As much as I know you've chosen a topic, I just wanted to discuss, have a conversation with you around your career journey, what you've learned, what you've seen. Then we can talk about some of the things you're working on and how eventually policies can help not only support food storage and food security, but also unlock our agricultural food systems. And so I don't know, you may have shared it in several platforms, but would you like to, dovetail from how you got into all this ambition? How did you get started?
Sure, thank you very much. I mean, I would be more than happy to share on this great Guinness World Record breaking platform how my journey in the food sector started. But it's a personal story to me because I actually come from a family of 4 children. I'm the only boy and second born. So you can imagine I was the dadabi of my mom and dad. And my childhood ambition had always been to be a medical doctor. But I always tell people, even though I lost out on that dream of becoming a medical doctor, I am proud I still ended up as a chef, which means that I'm a doctor in the kitchen. And it's always manifested through my work. I remember after completing my secondary education, I did general science. I couldn't go to medical school. I thought my world was coming to an end. And then later, my colleagues who went to medical school now start calling me from the consulting room. Chef Elijah, can you recommend some recipes for my patients? And that was when I realized that I might not be a doctor with a stethoscope and then be in the consulting room, but I am a doctor in the kitchen. And for me, losing my parents made me really appreciate living without food. Because when I lost my parents, together with my sisters, we were living in the care of my grandmother who was retired. And sometimes you have to go to school without food. And it was a difficult one. At a point, I had to choose between education and then supporting my grandmother to take care of my younger sisters. And that was where my journey into food started. I had to stay with my auntie in Lagos in order to be able to complete my junior secondary education. And in that period, as a student in Lagos, I took up a job as a kitchen cleaner. As a kitchen cleaner, when I close from school, I'll come work. At the end of the day, I'm able to get some goat intestines and eggs from the restaurant where I work. And at the end of the month, I also get some money to send back to Ghana to support the education of my younger sisters. It was amazing, but it also taught me a lot. But what broke the camel's back was that in my final year in JHS, one Sunday, I was in a hurry to go home. And the chef by then was a Lebanese chef. He had prepared a sauce. And so in a hurry to go home, I took the sauce, threw it away, was washing the pan. Then he started shouting, "Why did you throw my sauce away?" He started throwing pans and spoons and plates at me. So I became emotional. I started crying. And then I burst out. Do you think I will be here whilst my colleagues are preparing for school on tomorrow if my parents were to be alive? Then this man realized that I was not just a young man who was after money, but being I am a student and I'm trying to get along. So he adapted me, became a mentor, and after school, he always opened up his kitchen for me. And that was where my interest for cooking started from. And I became very passionate about food because it also connected me to memories that I had with my late mom, most of them being in the kitchen. So then, when I lost out of my dream of becoming a chef, of becoming a medical doctor, I basically found myself in the white jacket with knives in the kitchen, full of passion, cooking for people. And I was fortunate to find myself in a job that brought me back to Ghana. So in 2011, working as a young chef in one of the major hotels we have around North Ridge, I went to the hotel where I worked, pick leftover foods from the trash bin. At the same time, he would go onto the streets of Nima and Osu, asking food vendors, street food vendors, to always leave leftover foods that people come and eat so that he will later come and pick it. So one day I saw him distributing black polythene bags to his colleagues on the street. Then I realized that apparently this mentally ill man does not just pick leftover foods for himself alone, but he has made it an everyday responsibility to go around, pick food from where they are in excess, and then use it to support his colleagues. So I asked him, why does he do that? And his response to me was, if he doesn't do it, who will? And that was where I got the inspiration to start West Africa's first and largest food support center in Ghana, which today is known as Food for All Africa, where we are serving over 120,000 vulnerable beneficiaries annually through our various programs in Ghana. Thank you.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Okay, so you discovered your purpose from an unlikely source and you got started, but obviously you didn't get the amazing result of people calling you for recommendation from day one. So maybe for someone who is inspired to, use your story as a motivation point, it would be also nice to share the other, because sometimes we share the stories and time is not enough to anchor on, the learning curves and the experimentation period, the struggle, the painful, moments. So what are those highlights of those early years of struggle? And yeah, of course, they come in different levels, even when you have fine-tuned your process, but what can you share?
Sure. I mean, it's true. At the point when we started Food for All Africa, there were just 2 food banks on the continent of Africa. So it was very difficult to even look up to any organization that was doing something similar to what we were aspiring by then. And during those times, the issues as in the environmental and economic impact of food waste was very large. However, because there was little or no advocacy around food loss and food waste, it became very difficult. And so, yes, we are a group of young people with a passion of supporting vulnerable people, but we needed to have a case. We needed what was our why? And it was quite a difficult one. It was quite challenging. I actually had to lose my job at a point. I had to lose my livelihood. of being a chef in the hospitality sector, because at the point my boss thought I was more interested in feeding vulnerable people than feeding people in the hotel and the restaurant to make money. And it was quite difficult, but one stepping stone which leads me to understanding what the problem, what our why is, the scale of food waste. Recent estimates shows that a total of 3.2 million tons of food is lost or waste along the food supply chain in Ghana. And this is roughly 30%, 30 to 45% of the food that goes through our food supply chain. And if you are to put figures to it, you know that we are talking about 762.3 billion Ghana cedis annually. This is money. Out of this 3.2 million tons, its estimates in value can solve a lot of our problem. The question is, what are the reasons or the causes of food waste along our value chain? Obviously, the ever important one we've always talked about for so many centuries, having to do with the production and pre-harvest, like pests, like diseases, irregular rainfall and drought, poor access to quality inputs and extension services. Then, in terms of harvesting and farm handling, we also know that the issue of harvesting at the wrong maturity, contamination, and inadequate equipment for our smallholder farmers is also another major problem. But then what we also realize is that with the system, the food system that we have now, at the retail, the market level, a lot of food is also going to waste. And we needed to talk more about it. We needed to draw attention to it so that people understand the realities of food loss and food waste, and understand that when you waste food, it's not just the food you have wasted or the money you have wasted, but you've also contributed to greenhouse emission. Because when food is wasted and it ends up at the landfill site or even in our homes, it generates methane gas. And methane gas is even more dangerous than carbon dioxide. It's 6 times more dangerous than carbon dioxide, which affects our environment. So the issues of food waste in Ghana, in Africa, it's critical, because when it comes to climate change, it's not just the cutting of trees, but food loss and food waste is equally contributing to that problem we have facing today.
All right. Wonderful. Okay, so now you've captured some insights that are informing the next operation, the next phase of your operation. So what are you working on that people should know about, and how can they participate?
Sure, thank you. On the advocacy front, for the past 2 years, we've been working with the Harvard Food Law Policy Clinic. This is a unit at the Harvard School of Law that works with charities like Food for All Africa through the Global Food Banking Network to look at policies on food donations across countries that are faced with the challenges of a higher percentage of their food going to waste along their supply chain. And this policy basically is to identify the state of food insecurity, food loss and waste, and then food recovery in Ghana. So the policy is to promote food donation, gain new importance when a country like Ghana is battling with both food waste and food insecurity. Because Ghana is one of the fastest growing economies, yet 50.2% of our population is insecure, food insecure. If 50.2% of Ghana's population is food insecure, then there's a lot that we need to do. And so through the work we are doing with the Harvard Law School on food policy, we basically want to look at the recommendations that came out from the document on food donation policy framework that is relevant to food donation. And it's also to help us to ensure that when companies and different stakeholders within the food supply chain donate food to charities, they can be rest assured that the donated food is safe and does not pose risk to recipients. And so to do that, obviously, we identified that Ghana currently have the Public Health Act 851/2024, which needs to have a feature on donation-specific chapter. When you look at the food donation laws of Ghana, it's very limited. And even without food banks like Food for All Africa, people are still donating food in our community, in our homes, at our social gatherings, in every aspect, even corporate entities today, individuals. Gone were the days when on people's birthdays, they will just have a family party. Today, they will prefer to go out there to cook and then share for vulnerable people. So if the act of food donation is increasing in Ghana, it is very much important for us to amend the Public Health Act 851 of 2012 to feature a donation-specific chapter. Also, we need to produce and disseminate clarifying guidelines on food safety requirements relevant to food donation. With that said, it is also important for us to ensure quality-based date labels that do not result in the disposal of food that is otherwise safe for consumption. And this is where the Food and Drugs Authority, we have been advocating that they need to amend the guidelines for the labeling of prepackaged foods to eliminate the use of date labels other than best before and use by. The FDA also needs to labeling guidelines to explicitly permit the donation and sale of food after the quality-based date. They need to provide consumer and business education and awareness campaigns on the meaning of date labels in partnership with all relevant Ghanaian government departments, agencies, and the private sector. And Tom, that is why for us, we've taken it upon ourselves that we will advocate, because there are people in Ghana who cannot even afford 5 cedis per day. And people are dying of hunger. And that is why for someone like myself and my team at Food for All Africa, who had experienced what it means to go to bed hungry, we are calling and advocating for policies like this to be properly managed to ensure that vulnerable people who have little or no access to food can at least have a means of nutrition. We started, as part of this project, we started a campaign on one district, one food bank. If you look at the amount of food that is going to waste, if every district in Ghana can have a community, constituency, or district food bank where people who have access can give to, so that those who don't have access can go and know that they have a means to nutrition, it will go a long way. And that is what Food for All Africa we've been championing.
Wonderful. That's impressive. What are you doing this season?
Yes, so aside our advocacy work as well, currently we are running the largest private sector-led school feeding program in Ghana. We call it the Lunchbox School Feeding. What we are doing with this is that we are targeting schools that have no form of government school feeding. We are working with private sector and even the public sector through the district education offices to ensure that these schools can at least have a school feeding in place. And I'm proud to announce that currently our school feeding program has benefited more than 12,000 school children across 5 regions of Ghana. When you go to the Suhum Enclave, through our school feeding program, we are working with Mr. Beast, the famous YouTuber, to ensure that more than 1,500 school children, primary school children in cocoa growing communities, at least can also have access to a breakfast and lunch per day, so that instead of them being with their parents in the cocoa farms during school hours, they have a safety net that ensures that they are sitting in school. So the issues of food waste and food insecurity in Ghana transcends just beyond food and nutrition, but it also contributes to ensuring sustainability in terms of quality education for their children. And as well, even through that same program, we are ensuring good health for most of these children, because those children who are malnourished, we add micronutrients to the food that we serve the kids so that they can gain their health back. That's one other intervention that we are doing. We also realize the issue of food waste will still be with us. So how now do we transform the food that still end up wasted? So we are currently working on the black soldier fly, where we feed the black soldier fly with organic food waste. And out of it, we are able to harvest black soldier fly larvae, which is an alternative source of protein for the poultry, aquaculture, and then animal farming feed formulation. Then also we get fertilizer, organic fertilizer from it, which we use in supporting our smallholder farmers. So in a nutshell, Tom-Chris, these are some of the basic interventions that together with our partners and our community, we are working to ensure that we reduce food loss and food waste and contribute to a Ghana with zero hunger together.
All right. Okay, so we still have some time on your schedule. Is there any other topic you want to explore?
Definitely, it's very important to touch base on the food law and policy.
Yeah,
I think it's very, very important. Let's look, for instance, the legal challenges and policy regulations. What is the issue that we have at stake? Food safety for donation. A lot of the partners we have worked with over the years, and when we started, what question we've always had to answer most of the time has to do with donors being conscious of what happens for the safety of the food is compromised. And my response to them has always been that food is an important commodity. And in many countries, a key barrier to food donation of surplus food is the lack of knowledge and readily available guidance regarding safety procedures for food donation. Potential donors are often uncertain to which food safety regulations apply to donated food, and Ghana is not left out. Also, even with food that are offered for sale, as well as the step necessary to safely donate food in compliance with applicable donations. Just like I indicated earlier, the Ghana Public Health Act 851 of 2012 It provides laws that pertains to public health, including the prevention of disease and the promotion, safeguard, maintenance, and protection of human and animal health in Ghana. Outside of food donation as a prize for entertainment purposes, that is the only phrase. Outside of food donation as a prize for entertainment purposes, which does not explicitly address food donation. And that is where Part 7 of that same Public Health Act talks about the FDA and grants the FDA the authority to provide and enforce standards for the sale of food. The provision specifically states that the FDA is responsible for enforcing standards for the sale and makes no explicit reference to FDA's authority over donated food. Chris, today we have developed countries like France making it illegal for a food business to throw off their excess unsold food. In France today, if you are in the food retail sector, you run a supermarket, you run a food supply chain, and your business generates excess food, which you are not able to sell. Obviously, if you throw it away, you can be arrested. And that is if countries like France, Singapore, China, and the rest today have food donation policies. Almighty America has the Good Samaritan Act, which has been in place for over 40 years. So why can't a country like Ghana, why can't African countries where excess food is going to waste advocate to ensure that we equally have laws that ensure we reduce food loss and food waste, and then create alternative source of nutrition for low-income and vulnerable people? Even the good book says that for the poor and needy, we will always have with us. And so as a community, as a state, it behoves on us to ensure that we leverage on policies like the food and food donation laws and policies to ensure a steady flow of excess food to vulnerable people community, and even to contribute to our school feeding and other social safety nets. And I believe we all have a role to play. It's not just a Food for All Africa campaign. And we are very much grateful that on a special day like Guinness World Record for the longest interview marathon, you grant us such an opportunity to let people know about the food laws and policies that pertain to food donation in Ghana. Thank you very much once again.
Amazing. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Okay. We still have some time on the clock. What do we do with this left time?
Sure. I would also use this opportunity once again, since we have time and it's a great opportunity to still call more towards when it comes to our university students. You could realize that within our university system, there are a lot of students across most universities that usually find it very difficult to come by food. It's a bigger challenge. We ran some assessments within some universities in Accra, and then as well some universities in the Ashanti region. And we realized that when it comes to access to affordable food by university students, most often there is a huge challenge. And this challenge has to dwell down to the rising cost of living standard and the rising cost of food. And that greatly affects affect the quality of food that becomes accessible to these students. For instance, during the COVID pandemic, Food for All through our COVID-19 intervention program had almost 49% of our requests for food support coming from university students. So as a food recovery institution, it became a major concern for us, because if our future leaders will have to go through the challenge of accessing food when they are students, then there is more that needs to be done. And so we were very happy when institutions like the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, through their Dean for Student Affairs, started the first ever campus food bank in the year 2021. It was a great success. However, they had challenges around sustainability. As well, at the University of Ghana as well, they also had a food bank that is currently run by the Dean of Students. And a lot of time for us as Food for All Africa, what we have realized is that the same students have access to technology. And when you look at the gap between excess food and then food waste, and then people finding it difficult to get access to food, most often it's always an issue of technology and then access. So over the past 3 years, Food for All Africa, together with Okunkom Biodigital Investment and some partners like Masmat, what we have come up with is that we've come up with a digital platform that is called Okunkom Discount Food and Donation App. What does this app do? This app basically serves as a platform. On a regular basis, you walk into Masmat or Melcom, and you will find that they have a shelf that have discounted products. Most often, these discounted products are made up of special offer products or products that are close to its use by or expiry date. And if you don't walk into the stores of this supermarket, or if you don't walk to the food vendor, or you don't walk to the small business food owner, you will never know they have any food product for sale on discount. So what we have done as part of our intervention campaign is to develop the mobile app platform, which, knowing that Stars for All Nations being a platform that really works with a lot of students, we will really be appreciative of working together through this mobile platform to bring access and discount food to the doors of students, so that our future stars who are going to lead this country can at least have access to sustainable nutrition whilst on their campuses. And I believe this is not nothing new. It's not something out of the blue. When you go to the developed world, there are food support interventions that are tech and